I didn't see records. Do what?
I need to do this, Candace. Didn't do anything here. Is it an X?
No, I don't want.
Good.
You should. Okay, that's a no. That's a
Good.
no. Good.
All rise for the jury. All jury, the president accounted for you.
Please be seated. Good morning. Please call the state's next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls to Lisa Reed.
Raise your right hand, hold it, please, man. You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, and the
I do.
You may be seated. Can you state your first and last name and spelling of both for the record, please?
Sure. My name is Talisha Reese. It's spelled Tulisha. Last name Reese.
Good morning, Ms. Reese. How are you?
Good morning. I'm great, and you?
Doing well, thank you. Now, could you please tell us where do you currently reside?
Wilkinson County
How long have you been out there?
since 2014.
And were you at the same address in March of 2022?
That I'm personally in now?
Yes.
No.
Okay. What was your address back in March of 2022?
75 New Image Drive,
What city is that?
McIntyre.
And is that still out in the same county?
It's in the same county.
Now, who resided at that address with you?
Only me.
And do you know a Edna Rivers?
Yes.
How do you know Miss Rivers?
My son is dating her.
And do your son and Miss Rivers live together?
Yes.
And back in March of 2022, do you know where they were living?
Yes.
Where were they living?
Next door to me at 30 New Image Drive.
Still in McIntyre?
Still McIntyre.
And how far is McIntyre from here, Fulton County Courthouse?
It took me 2 hours to get here.
2 hours?
About an hour and almost two. Almost two.
Understood. Did you beat a lot of traffic this morning?
Yes.
Appreciate it. Now, I want to turn your attention to March 5th of 2022. You
Okay,
said that you were living at your new Image Drive address then, right?
yes.
Okay. What did you do that day? If you remember.
That day I slept in mostly until, I can't recall the time, but I slept in because I worked that night before.
And roughly what do you do for work? You don't have to tell us exactly where you work, but what do you do for work?
Dispatch.
And your typical shift, around what time of day would that be?
It's a 12-hour shift, night to morning.
So Saturday, March 5th, 2022, you would have been sleeping in that morning after work. Am I getting that right?
That's right.
Now, what did you do after you woke up?
I checked on them. My son wasn't in a home at the present time. So I walked down because it was walking distance. And I walked down to Edna's to check on her and the kids, my grandkids.
And that's at that 30 New Image Drive address?
Yes,
And was Edna there when you got there?
yes,
The kids?
yes,
Anyone else?
yes.
Who else was there?
Mr. Brandon Williams.
Do you see Mr. Williams in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay, if you could, for the record, just describe where he is in the courtroom and what he's wearing.
He's between two guys. I believe I can't see the other one in front of him, but he has a suit on, light blue shirt, tie, and glasses.
And if you need to stand up, if where you are, just to confirm, just to get a full sight, let me know.
Yes,
So he's sandwiched in between.
two.
Okay.
Mhm.
And Your Honor, for the record, let me make this easier. Could you also point out where he is? For the
Right here.
record? Okay. For the record, Your Honor, let it reflect that she has identified the defendant, Mr. Williams.
The record shall so reflect.
Now, had you seen Mr. Williams at Miss Rivers' address before?
No,
And did you know why he was there?
no.
So what did you do at that point?
He wasn't there the evening before I went to work because I stopped in.
And around what time would you have left for work?
I leave to go to work at around 6:30 because I'd be to work at 7. So I always stop in and check them, let them know I'm leaving. And that just her and the kids was there. So when I came home from work, I did sleep in, and then when I got up, I went over to check because my son asked me to keep an eye on them and check on them and make sure everything going all right over there because he was out.
Understood.
Mhm.
And so when you went inside on Saturday, where was Mr. Williams?
In the living room,
Was he standing, seated?
he was seated
Seated on what?
on the floor.
And did you have any conversation with Mr. Williams?
Just spoke to him at that time.
What happened from there?
I wanted to know who he was.
And did you find out who he was?
Yeah,
From who?
through the kids and Edna, because the kids only told me what mom told them. So I asked her, who is this?
Now, after you find out who he is, what do you do from there?
I'm trying to figure out why he was there.
And are you asking Miss Rivers this?
Mhm.
I need a yes or no.
Yes, yes. I asked Miss River why he was here. She said he just stopped in. So he had to come through the night whilst I was at work. So I said, what is he here for? She told me to see the kids. So
Now, how long, if you know, did Mr. Williams remain at Miss Rivers' residence on March 5th?
after I found out, I can't say how long he was there, but I didn't like the idea that he was there and I wanted him to leave.
And did you express that?
Yes. I expressed that it wasn't right for him to be in the home when my son wasn't there.
And I'm gonna approach you with what has been previously marked and shown to Defense Counsel as State's Exhibit 10, N as in Nancy. If you could take a look at it and let me know if you recognize that.
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
I took it.
That is a photograph that you took?
Yes, ma'am.
You recall when you took it?
Yes, ma'am. I took it. I was sitting on that other end of the couch and he was sitting down on the floor watching. The TV was up on the wall.
He being Mr. Williams?
Mr. Williams was watching the TV on the wall.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will tender State's Exhibit 10 N as in Nancy.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted, you may publish.
And in one moment, Ms. Reese, you will see State Exhibit 10 N as in Nancy come up on that screen right in front of you. Try to put it into the full page. Okay. Now, at looking at State's Exhibit 10 N as in Nancy, do you see a date and time associated with the photo?
September the 5th, 2:45. September the 5th. Saturday, March 5th, 2022 at 2:45 p.m.
And is that when you would have taken this photo?
Yes,
Okay. And the individual we see pictured there, who is that?
Mr. Williams.
Okay. And the location, where is this?
That's in the home of my son and Edna.
And at the bottom, we see a location listed with the information on this photo. Is that the address of your son and Ms. Rivers?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Ms. Reese, you expressed that at this point, you're ready for Mr. Williams, I think, to depart. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you ever see him eventually leave the home of Ms. Rivers?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
I took him home. I took him away.
Okay.
He said he didn't have a ride and him and Edna was having some kind of cool conversation about it, which I didn't get into. And I just heard the conversation. He didn't have a way to get away. I said, I'll take you where you want to go.
And was it Ms. Rivers who told him he needed to leave? Did you tell him he needed to leave, or did he decide to leave on his own?
I don't know if she told him, but I expressed it quite often.
You expressed it to Mr. Williams quite
Yeah.
often.
Yeah, because I mentioned to him that it's not fair. It wouldn't be fair to you if someone's in here with your stuff. You know, your personal belonging in here is not fair. For my son not to be here and you in here with his stuff.
Now, after you offered to take him where he needed to go, did you do so?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Once I went back to get my car from to my residence and I came back, I walked back down to my house, got my car, and I came back to the house and went back in. I waited for a few minutes for them to have their conversation or what have you. And then him and my oldest, well, he's not my grandson, but I consider him my grandson. They come and ride with me. And I took him to the next town, which is Baldwin County, Milledgeville, Baldwin County.
Do you remember where you dropped him off?
I do remember well, but the roads I don't remember quite well.
Do you remember what type of establishment
It was a jet store.
Okay.
It was on North Columbia, but I don't know the crossroad.
Understood.
Yes.
Out in Baldwin.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, did you see Mr. Williams after that March 5th date?
No, ma'am.
Did you get any other information about Mr. Williams after that March 5th date?
Yes, maybe a week later. That's when Miss Edna told me that, did you see that? I need to show you something.
So don't tell me what.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
So you don't have to tell me what
Okay.
anyone else told you, just only what you saw and observed.
Okay. I was looking at a video from her phone and she was saying she got this video.
Objection, hearsay.
So without.
Right, I understand.
Without telling me what she said, just
Right.
what you saw
I saw a video on her phone
and
showing me a video of three guys walking in an alley and listening to the broadcast, like a news clipping. And it was showing.
oh, I'm sorry, what was that last
It was
part?
just showing me, she was just showing, I saw it on her phone.
Did you recognize anyone in that video?
Yes,
Who'd you recognize?
Mr. Williams. That's the only one I recognized because I had just saw him.
And what do you do at that point?
At that point, I say, why is he here? Why was he here down here like that? And that just happened because we didn't know when it happened. Did that just happen, or did it happen before he came, or what? We were trying to figure that out. Then as I finished listening to it, I called my chief because I work there. That's where I work. So I called the chief.
Chief with a police department, is that what you mean?
Sheriff's office.
Oh. And did you provide any information to the police at any point?
I just told the chief that he was here with this picture, and this is him. And I let him see both of them, and he agreed that was the same person. And he put me in contact with someone down this area.
Did you ever hear from Mr. Williams after that date?
No,
And did you ever see him after that date, after you saw him in the news article?
no.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Mhm.
Hi, Ms. Reese.
Hello.
So when you saw Mr. Williams at Ms. Rivers' home, your concern was that he was there when your son was not, correct?
That's right.
And you don't know Brandon personally,
No,
and you didn't see Brandon with a firearm.
no.
Okay. And the video that you reviewed, you saw that before you drove Brandon to Baldwin County.
No.
You saw that after.
Yes.
Okay. And did you have any conversations with Brandon at the home or on the drive?
The way I felt about him being there. Yeah, that's
Okay.
it.
But only about him being at the house when your son wasn't there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Reese.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm good.
Now, you said that Miss Edna Rivers, she has children by your son.
Yes.
Are all of her children by your son?
No, two. There's two youngest.
Just two. How many children does she have total?
4.
And who is the father of her other children?
To my knowledge, Donald Williams.
And is Donald Williams, Mr. Brandon Williams' brother?
I have no idea.
Now, who were all in the home when you arrived home that day on March the 5th?
In Edna's home,
In Edna's home.
it was Edna, her 2 oldest. You want me to name the kids?
You don't have to name the children,
Her and the kids.
just her and the kids.
And a
Her and
dog.
the 4 children.
And her and the kids and a dog.
Her 4 children.
Yes, ma'am. And Mr. William was there when I arrived back that evening, that morning, the next day. When I got home from work, rested and came back, that's when I saw him there.
And Mr. Williams was the uncle of 2 of her children.
That's what they said when I asked who he was.
What's your oldest son's name?
My oldest grandson, Demetrice Williams.
What's your oldest son's name?
My oldest son,
Yes.
Eddie Smith, is my oldest son. The one that Edna's dating is Courtney Smith. He's not my oldest.
Edney Williams is the one who drove with you with Mr. Williams.
Who?
You said that you had your oldest son with you.
Her oldest son.
Her oldest son.
it's
Okay, so
Edna's
Demetrice
oldest son.
Williams.
Yes, Demetrice Williams. You say mine. That's why I said my kids.
I apologize. I apologize. And just to confirm, when Mr. Williams came, he was by himself.
Yes.
All right. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
May this witness be excused.
Brief redirect, Your Honor. Miss Reese, how long, at that point in March of 2022, how long had Miss Rivers and your son stayed at that 30 New Image Drive address?
Wow. I don't know. I was there, I was over in that area before them, so I can't say. I can't,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I can't say.
Would it be months, days, or years?
It had to be at least, I'm gonna say, I'm gonna guess on a year, if that.
And in that roughly year, was that the first and only time that you saw Brandon Williams at that address?
Yes, that's the first and only time I saw him.
Nothing further. Thank you.
You may be excused. Please call the state's next witness.
The state calls Edna Rivers.
Raise your right hand. Swear affirm the testimony about the report of the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, and nothing but God. You may be seated. Will you state your first and last name with the spelling of both for the record, please?
Edna Rivers, EDNA, last name Rivers, RIVERS.
Good morning, Miss Rivers. How are you?
I'm doing good.
And that microphone moves closer towards you, so if you want to bend it down just so we can catch it.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Now, Miss Rivers, where do you, not your whole address, but what city do you currently reside in?
Right now,
Yes, right now.
Irvington,
And how long have you lived there?
for a year.
Okay. Back in March of 2022, you got a different address?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your address back then?
31 New Image Drive.
And at that New Image Drive address, who else stayed with you?
Me, my 4 children, and my baby daddy.
And what's the name of your child's father who lived with you?
Courtney Smith.
And are all your children by Mr. Keith?
No, ma'am.
Okay. How many children do you have with Mr. Smith?
2.
And who are your other children by or with?
Donald William.
Donald Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know a Brandon Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know a Brandon Williams?
I've been knowing for years. That's my kid's father, brother.
So he is Donald Williams' brother.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, if you could stand where you are, take a look around the courtroom and let me know if you see Mr. Williams in the courtroom today.
Right there.
And I saw that you pointed at Mr. Williams. Can you, for the record, describe where he's sitting and what he's wearing?
He's sitting in the chair with I can't really see 'cause I don't got my glasses on, but he got a dark blue suit on with light blue shirt with a tie.
And if we are starting at you said sitting in a chair. So if we're starting at the first chair,
He's sick in the third, in the middle.
in the middle,
Hold on.
and you can stand up.
1, 2, 3. In the fourth chair.
Your Honor, for the record, please let it reflect that she has identified defendant Williams.
The record shall so reflect.
Now, Ms. Rivers, I want to turn your attention to March 5th, 2022. On March 5th, 2022, did you see Mr. Williams that day?
I don't remember the date, but I remember sometime in that month. Yes, ma'am.
Let me ask this. How many times did Mr. Williams come out to your New Image Drive address?
Just one time.
Okay. And that one time, is that in March 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tell me about how he ended up at your address.
We contact each other through Facebook. He said he had called me and telling me that, you know, him and his mom was going through it, whatever like that. He ain't had nowhere to stay. So I sent him 200 for an Uber. And I remember picking him up that night.
So you picked him up the night, you remember it was Friday or Saturday?
No, ma'am, I don't remember.
But you picked him up at night, and did he spend the night at your address?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was he there the next day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, the Uber that you got for him, where was it from?
Atlanta.
And do you remember what area?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Had you ever been to his mother's place?
No, ma'am.
Did you know his mother?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And she's your children's grandmother, is that?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
They have brothers.
Okay, understood.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when Mr. Williams got there that evening, I'm sorry, you said he Ubered and then you also picked him up.
Yes, ma'am.
So where did you pick him up from?
It was about Family Dollar in Gordon.
And what city are we in at that point?
Gordon.
Gordon.
Yes, ma'am.
And how far away was that from your 30 New Image Drive address?
About 20, 30 minutes away.
So you pick him up, you go back to the house, what happens from there?
Just chilling.
And did anybody come with Mr. Williams?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did he bring any clothing, bags, luggage with him?
Just him.
Now, that time, was that the first time he had been at your address?
Yes, ma'am.
Now tell me about the next day. What happens the next day while he's there?
The next day he was sitting in the living room playing with my kids. My mother had stopped by. I was in the room at the time while he was in the living room with my kids. She stopped by.
And who is that person, name-wise?
Talisha Reese.
And when you say mother-in-law, who is her son?
Courtney Smith.
Okay, and that's the father of your youngest children?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was she staying in proximity to where you were at that time?
She stayed next door.
Okay, also on New Image Drive.
Yes, ma'am.
And was she working overnight shifts at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So she came over that next day, and did she know Mr. Williams?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you all talk about Mr. Williams being there?
Yes, we have.
Okay, and what was that conversation?
That conversation was when she came there, because she always come by there and check up on us to make sure we were okay. When she came there, I guess my son told her, my older child, Demetrice, told her that was his uncle. And then that's when I came out the room, and that's when she asked me, who is that? I like, oh, that's their uncle and stuff like that. She was like, he got to go, because my boyfriend stayed with me, but he was locked up. And he was just running around. I mean, I guess she didn't like the way he was walking around the house like he owned it, like he tried to move in or something like that.
But he didn't have any belongings with him?
No, he did not.
Okay. Now, what do you do from there?
I had told Bernie he had to go.
And why did you do that?
Why did I do what?
Why did you tell me he had to go?
Oh, Bernie?
Yes.
Because I felt where my mother was coming from. Because that was real disrespectful.
Now, when you picked up Brandon, when he was coming over there, did y'all discuss how long he was going to stay?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Were you expecting him to stay for a longer period of time?
No, ma'am.
Okay. What were you expecting? I guess let me ask that.
Just, I guess, for that one day to chill and hang out with his nephews.
Now, after you had that conversation with Miss Reese and then a conversation with Brandon telling him he did have to go, what happened from there?
He got on the phone and he tried to call one of his family members, but they said they couldn't come to get him, so my mother came back down there to my house because she had left and went to go do something. When she came back, and then she was like, "What's going on?" I like, well, he said he ain't got no ride. She's like, "Oh, I could take him wherever he want to go."
And did she take him, if you know?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tell me, what type of car was she driving at that time?
A Corolla, I think. A Corolla, I think. I can't remember.
Like a Toyota Corolla?
Yeah.
Like that?
Yes,
So let me ask, like a four-door car?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you remember what color it was?
Light green, I think. I can't remember.
That's all right. And did she come in whatever car she was driving at that time, that Ford Porsche sedan, to pick up Mr. Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was from where? Your home or hers?
My house,
And who got in the car to leave with her?
my son.
Okay. So your son's in the vehicle, Miss Reese is in the vehicle, and Mr. Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you know where they went from there?
No, ma'am.
Now, you mentioned that this conversation between you and Brandon had taken place on Facebook, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What's his Facebook name? Brandon Williams or something else?
Kid, boy, something like that.
And how often did you and Mr. Williams talk on Facebook?
Talk like every chance we get. Talk every day.
And after, do you know exactly where Miss Reese dropped them off?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And later that day, did she and your son come back to your house?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you hear from Mr. Williams after that date?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tell me about that.
That's when I started getting threats.
You were getting threats from Mr. Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about that.
Got to school, contact me, defense came to my house and was telling me that my kids had got molested and somebody called in on me.
And how did you know that it was Mr. Williams related to that?
Because when I went down to the office in Macon, when they did the interview for all my kids, and then when they had called me in there, they asked me, do I know who can be the one that called on me? And I said, yes, sir. And he said, what's the name? I said, Brandon Williams. And he said, yes, that's the one they called.
Now, did you talk to Brandon after that?
Yes, ma'am.
Via phone, Facebook, in person?
On phones.
Okay. And where was Brandon at that time when y'all were talking? On
In Atlanta.
In Atlanta? Do you know where?
No, ma'am.
Okay. At some point after when he left your house, did he send any locations of where he might be?
To a hotel room.
And did Brandon ever come back to your actual home at New Image Drive?
No, ma'am.
Did he ever try to?
Tried to, yes.
Tell me about that.
Well, he had messaged me a video. And he was telling me that he needed to get away from Atlanta.
A video of what?
Him and two other dudes walking at night through the alleyway.
Was this related, was it a video that he took himself or related to an article or something?
It was related to a crime.
Okay. And when he messaged you this, was that on Facebook?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the Facebook that's related to that kid name, KIDD, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, is this before or after when he was at your home on March?
It was after.
After. You remember roughly how much time had passed between these two?
No, ma'am.
Days, months, years?
It's been a couple of days.
Okay. And with the message that came from Mr. Williams, did it have any details that accompanied that video?
What exactly what you mean?
Did he say anything along with the video or just sent the video?
He just sent the video.
One moment.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I'm going to approach you with what has been shown to defense counsel and previously marked as states exhibits A through D, or excuse me, 10A through D as in David. Take a look at those and let me know if you recognize.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize them?
'Cause that's me and him talking.
When you say him, who is that?
Brandon Williams.
And are those a fair and accurate copy of your conversation on Facebook that you are referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender states exhibits 10A through 10D.
I would object, Your Honor, under the best evidence rule. I don't know what device those were recorded on. We don't know if the conversation is given us in full.
And I'll join in that objection.
Your response?
Your Honor, she's a party to the conversation, has identified herself as such, and the other party to the conversation being one of the defendants.
I'll allow it. Overruled. You may publish. Admitted, you may publish.
Now, in 1 second, Ms. Rivers, you will see states 10A, B, E, and D on that screen. Start with 10A. Grab those copies from me. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, do you see state's exhibit 10A on that screen in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, at the top, we see a name, KIDD. What is that?
That's Brandon Williams.
And that's connected to his Facebook?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we begin, and let me ask you this before we continue on. These copies of this conversation that you had with Brandon, did you provide these to the police?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, if you can, starting with please E, can you read through the first text messages
That he wrote,
that he wrote?
please call me. Can I say the word? Okay.
Yes, you can.
Say fuck this. It's not a game. Call me, please.
And again, those messages we see in gray are Brandon talking to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, here in blue, we see different messages as well. Who is that talking?
And the blue is me.
Okay. And what are you saying back?
Man, I'm happy and I can't see because
Now I'm gonna scroll down just a little bit so you can get past that part. Starting back with the gray, start reading with those gray messages in the middle of the screen.
it's emergency. Please call me. 10 seconds.
And again, who is that talking?
That's Brandon Williams.
And these messages are from the days after he was at your place at New Image Drive.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you recall providing these to officers on March 11th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We see a response back. Call your girl, I don't got nothing else to say. Is that you talking?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Keep reading with those gray text messages.
Want to see me go back for life? Please just call.
And who's talking there?
Brandon Williams.
I'm gonna go to State's Exhibit 10B. And I apologize, that was State's Exhibit 10B. I'm gonna go back to State's Exhibit 10A. comes up in this format. Okay. Make this just a bit larger so we can actually read it. Okay, again, this conversation, who is it with?
Randy Williams,
And he's talking to,
me.
okay, and this is on that same March 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, starting at the top, read for me.
Please call me. All jokes aside. This is life or death. Look, call me.
And who's that talking?
Randy Williams.
Okay, then I see a response. Is that from you?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're asking him to leave you alone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you know why he's writing these messages at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how do you know?
How do I know that I know about the messages is from? Because it's about the video.
And keep going with the gray messages that we see after the first response.
Please, it's life or death. I can't text it. Please call me. Give me 10 seconds.
And did he call you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what happened on that phone call?
He was just talking about him and his brother want to come to my house and they need to get away and stuff like that.
Now I'm going to go to State's Exhibit 10C. Now, State's Exhibit 10C, can you start at the top and read out for me the first three messages we see there?
What is you talking about? I didn't call no fucking DCF. Man, what the fuck?
Now, what's that in reference to?
With him calling defense on me and he trying to prove a point.
Okay. Now, we see the conversation, then go to a YouTube clip. What is that?
Not to police release new video. That's what you're talking about?
Is that the video that you saw?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's the video that had him with other individuals?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, looking at it right now, do you see where he was on that video?
Yes, ma'am.
Which one is he at?
He is in the green.
Okay. And then keep reading with the messages afterwards.
Call me. This Facebook getting deleted. I don't know how to do it though. Question mark.
And then it continues on with the messages that we read out, life or death, those two, 10A and B that we reviewed.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. One moment. And then State's Exhibit 10, D as in David, should be coming up on the screen. Just a second.
You want me to read?
Yes, please, starting with that first gray message at the top.
Bro, you shit don't even show up on the mouth.
And who is that talking?
Randy Williams.
And what's he talking about?
My address.
Okay. Now, is this before March 11th or is this on March 11th?
This is on March 11th.
And then you respond saying what? And then we see some more messages. Can you read those out for us?
Let us come for the weekend. Just me and my little brother. He called me.
And the little brother he's referring to, did you know who that was?
No, ma'am.
Okay, have you met the little brother before?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And then at the bottom, we see that there is a missed call, kind of some phone tag. Am I right in saying that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you talk, other than the time you told us about where he says he needs to come, needs to get away, did you talk to Brandon that day?
No, we just use text messages.
Now, you mentioned that at some point, Mr. Williams was talking about, being at a hotel.
Yes, ma'am.
When was that? Was that around March 11th? Was it before?
I think it was on March 11th. I'm not really for sure.
And did he ever make it to your home?
No, ma'am.
Okay. What did you do when you were getting these text messages?
I was on the phone, mother-in-law was calling the police then.
And mother-in-law, you're referring to Miss Reese?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you in the room with Miss Reese while this is happening?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then as she's on the phone with the police, are y'all still in the room together?
Yes, ma'am.
And as she's on the phone with the police, are you receiving messages? Are you receiving a phone call? Anything from Mr. Williams?
Text messages.
Okay. And are those different than what we have in the Facebook?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is he telling you where he is?
Yes, he is.
Okay, and where was that?
That was at the hotel room. I can't remember where.
One moment. Now, one moment, I'm going to, after showing to defense counsel, approach you with State Exhibit 10E as in Edward. You could please take a look. Let me know if you recognize 10E as in Edward.
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize it?
Cause that's a text that Brandon had texted me.
Okay, and those messages are on that-
Facebook.
Okay, on Facebook and on that same March 11th date?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, State would tender State's Exhibit 10E as in Edward.
Any objection?
Same objection, Your Honor, to the previous exhibits.
Noted, overruled, admitted, you may publish.
Now, here in State's Exhibit 10E as in Edward, are we in that same conversation between you and Mr. Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now, we see at the bottom here, I wanna start there, those last three messages, what do those say?
Look up the Motel 6 on Virginia Avenue, Atlanta,
Okay, and what was that in reference to?
where he was staying at.
Okay, and there's a phone call between the two of you, what's happening during that phone call?
Just talking. He getting mad with me because I'm not want to come.
So, you at this point are saying you're not
Coming. Yes,
Atlanta?
yes, ma'am.
And was he asking for you to pick him up? Was he asking for you to meet him there?
He's asking me to meet him there.
Okay. Now, in reference to the other messages, was this before or after the news article was shared?
It was after.
And is this before or after he's saying he's in a life or death situation?
It was after.
Now, also going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 10F as in Frederick. And 10 G. So please take a look at State's Exhibits 10F and 10G. Let me know if you recognize these two.
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize them?
Brandon Williams,
And who is he talking to?
me.
Same Facebook conversation?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will tender State's Exhibits 10F and 10G.
Assuming the same objections noted, overruled, they're admitted, and you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, looking at State's Exhibit 10F. We have some conversation that's again between you and Mr. Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what's the nature of the conversation?
What you mean?
So when we're reading the conversation, going to the middle of that conversation. So you not let me come, why? Come where to you? No, why?
Me to come pick him up.
And he's asking about coming to,
My home.
okay. Now, at the bottom of this, it seems we have some messages. One says, I know it's not this ... crime that got you saying no. Who's that talking?
Brandon Williams.
Okay. And then he continues on in what seems to be, we are supposed to be together, which is stated. Do you know, or are you aware of if Mr. Williams had romantic feelings for you?
No, ma'am.
And then 10G. And we continue the conversation on with you and Mr. Williams, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, everything gonna be fine, trust me, 7 days top. Who's that talking?
Brandon Williams.
Okay, is this after the video was sent or before?
After.
Somebody says, what do you mean? Who is that?
That's me.
Okay, and then someone says, it'll blow over, I told you, I'll explain in person. Who's that?
Brandon Williams.
Now, you provided all of these messages to the police, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you speak to the police about Mr. Williams being at your home, March 5th, 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm gonna show you what has been previously tendered in evidence as State's Exhibit 10N as in Nancy. Do you recognize the individual in State's Exhibit 10 as in Nancy?
Yes, ma'am.
Who is that?
Brandon Williams.
And do you recognize where Mr. Williams is?
My house.
And is that your current home or your home back then in 2022?
That was my old house in 2020.
And at the bottom of State's 10N, we see a location. What is that? Read it out for me.
30 New Image Drive.
In McIntyre, Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And would that be consistent with where you were living back then?
It was 31.
Okay. And was this the day on March fifth, as we see here, but this is the first and only time that Mr. Williams came to your place in New Orleans Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this is before the messages that we're reading on Facebook were sent?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Ms. Rivers, why did you contact the police on March 11th when those messages were sent?
Because I would be seeing the threats.
And the threats were coming from,
Brandon Williams.
and when you contacted the police, did you tell them about the video that you received?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you aware of that video being connected to a homicide?
No, ma'am.
When you watched the video, did you find that out?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. One moment. And we saw that, or let me ask this, when you were speaking to the officers, did they ask you if you knew Brandon's Facebook page or Facebook name?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you recall telling them it was Kid DeHardy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you remember if officers asked you for his cell phone number?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you provide that cell phone number?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember that cell phone number?
No, ma'am.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the statement you provided?
Yes, ma'am.
Gonna approach. You could please take a look at the underlined portion. Let me know if that refreshes your recollection, and if so, please look up.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what was the phone number you provided?
470-920-7356.
And is that Brandon Williams' phone number?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, back in March of 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. No further questions.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's take a 5-minute break. We've been going about an hour and we'll come right back.
All right.
makes sense how she was saying it, but you said something. No. You know, like she child pilot her 3-year case.
All right, for the jury.
Please be seated. Please proceed with cross-examination.
Ms. Rivers. At some point, you and Brandon did have a romantic relationship, didn't you?
No, no, sir.
It was never romantic?
No, sir.
All right. And when we showed you let me show you what was previously marked as State's Exhibit F, I believe. If you look at the first full box there, looked like there was a 24-minute conversation at 10:22 p.m. between you and Mr. Williams. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And do you recall what that conversation was about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was that conversation about?
He wanted me to come pick him up.
Okay. And he was trying to come for the weekend, correct?
Yes, sir.
Stop this share. And only for the weekend, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he wasn't asking you to take him out of the state or anything like that.
No, sir.
All right. And you know Brandon for about 8 years at that time?
Yes, sir.
And you've never known Mr. Williams to carry a firearm.
No, sir.
You've never seen him with a firearm.
No, sir.
All right. And you said you did not recognize the other two gentlemen that were in the video.
You are correct.
All right. Now, at this point, it sounds like you believe that Mr. Williams turned you into defects for something.
Yes, sir.
And so it's safe to say that you are upset with Mr. Williams?
No, sir.
You're not upset?
No, sir.
All right. Did you ever provide, in addition to the text that you provided, did you ever provide any proof of any threats or anything that Mr. Williams allegedly made?
Yes, sir.
And who did you give those to?
To the police officer.
All right. And how did you give those to them? In the
They
form?
came to my house and looked at the text messages.
Okay. So those were also supposedly in text messages?
Yes, sir.
All right. I want to show you
Judge, can we take up something briefly outside the presence?
All right, ladies and gentlemen. The one that we were getting ready to cross.
All right, for the jury.
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We had started cross-examination by the defense of the previous witness. We need to review some documents, so we're going to take a witness out of order. Our plan is to do that when we break for lunch at about 1 o'clock. So we'll break from 1 to 2. Okay, good morning, sir. Let me good afternoon. How are you?
And so, Your Honor, the state called Sergeant O'Hare.
Raise your hand, please. Swear affirm testimony you about to report the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Let me see, you taking the first and last name was spelled on both for the record, please.
It's Detective Stephen O'Hare, Stephen Hare.
Good morning, Detective. How are you? Or good afternoon, I'm sorry.
No, sorry about that.
No, you're all right. And can you please tell us how you are currently employed?
I am employed with the Atlanta Police Department's fugitive unit.
How long have you been with the Atlanta Police Department in general?
I've been 32 years.
And how long have you been with the fugitive unit?
It's been a little over 10 years.
Now, what is the role of the fugitive unit with Atlanta Police Department?
So the fugitive unit's main responsibility is to locate and apprehend what's described as violent offenders who have arrest warrants. Your general detectives, to include homicide detectives, your sex crimes, robbery detectives, ag assault detectives, will work cases, identify suspects, obtain arrest warrants for these individuals, and then once that happens, the case file will come over to us for us to be able to either locate the offender, but that's pretty much it.
Now, I want to turn your attention back to March 12th of 2022. On March 12th of 2022, were you involved in an investigation involving a Brandon Williams and Demetrice Ross?
I was.
And at that time, was it within your duties with the fugitive unit to locate those individuals?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, looking at the La Quinta Inn at 1200 Virginia Ave, Hayesville, Georgia, 30344. Are you familiar with that location?
I am.
And was it connected at all to this case?
It was.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
We had received information from a cooperating individual that Brandon Williams, who I had a case file open for, was at that location. I summoned a team of investigators to assist in his apprehension.
And this apprehension, was it conducted on March 12th of 2022?
It was.
And during the apprehension, would you a body worn camera?
I was.
And that footage, was it filed and kept as part of the record for this case?
It was.
I'm going to approach you with what has been marked as State's Exhibit 103. Now, in taking a look at State's Exhibit 103. Are you familiar with State's Exhibit 103?
I am.
Okay, and how do you,
It is my body worn camera.
from that March 12, 2022 date?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender State's Exhibit 103.
And I would renew my pretrial objection, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Noted, overruled, admitted, you may publish.
Now, Detective O'Hare, with the body worn cameras, do they capture video and sound?
They do.
Okay, is there a portion of video footage where it might not contain the sound?
I believe it's the first 2 minutes. And it may have changed since then, but the first 2 minutes when you activate your camera where it's in what's called buffering mode, it'll capture like the video, but the sound won't activate until you actually activate the camera.
I'm gonna begin at the beginning of State Exhibit 103, pressing play. You see the vehicle moving. Can you orient us as to where we are?
Repeat the question, I'm sorry.
Where are we? What are you pulling up to here?
We are pulling up to the La Quinta Inn.
And you mentioned earlier that you received information in regards to this location, and one of the individuals listed with your fugitive packet. Which one was it?
Mr. Williams.
The 2 minute and 13 second mark. Reshare just to see if we can get that sound.
Radio's down. Radio's down.
hands, everybody hands.
Let me see those fucking hands, Red Jacket. Step out. Everybody step out.
Show me your fucking hands, Red. Step out. Atlanta Police, everybody in this room, show me your hands. One by one, slowly, hands up.
What's your name? Shaquan. Why you smile? They on. Come on, partner. What's your name?
Hold on. Don't let him go nowhere. What's your name? Shaquan. Shaquan what?
Get your hands out.
Hands up. Hey, there's somebody sitting there.
Right here, you, yeah, I'm looking at you.
Step the fuck out. Go back. All right, little man, by the bathroom. It's gonna be your turn now, okay?
Come to me, come to me.
Come to my voice. Your turn.
Put your hands up.
Okay. Just have a seat, have a seat.
Turn around. Turn around. Turn around. All right, back up. Back up. Good job. You're doing great. Anybody else inside room 315? Let me hear your voice.
Man, get my phone, man. Get my phone now.
I don't think you're gonna be need that.
Man, I don't.
Stop.
What you talking about?
Let's
Hear you.
cut this off. Hold on, just be careful right here. No, you just take
Man, bro, y'all doing the most. Why didn't you tell me to take the damn book bags off?
Let y'all see. Yep. All right.
Man, what y'all in the room for?
Yeah, just clear it real quick.
Hey, who get that phone? Who get that phone? That phone in my pocket.
Yeah, just clear it.
Free. Let me get that phone though. Hey,
Make sure
stay
it's-
on the phone,
Make
E.
sure it's off.
Stay on the phone, E.
Bathroom's clear. Sorry about that can. I'm about to get in there.
And I know my brother. And I know him.
2 beds, deep corner left right there, all over arm.
I ain't got nothing on me, man.
All right, cool. Yeah, let's pick up.
Candy, man, candy.
You can uncuff those guys. I'm assuming none of them are wanted or anything. Give me this stuff now.
Yeah, I want to say, we got in the room for? We got a warrant, nothing?
Yeah, we got something like that.
We got a warrant.
Well, we wouldn't just show up and pick some random room for nothing.
Okay. You want service to it?
What's your name?
Me?
No, the guy beside you. Yes.
You can take your hands down, partner.
You already know.
Come on out.
What's your name?
You asked me to pay the person.
Isaac. What's your last name?
Came in the room, put your hands up on me, let
That's
me
your
go.
nephew. What is your name? Okay.
Hey, you let me go.
Maybe three if you don't mind. We got, did you shut it? You guys got the key?
Red jacket.
How'd this dude get over here? Over here. All three of you. How'd this dude get over here? Okay. Where'd you end up grabbing him from? Atlanta? DeKalb? All right. You didn't have a couple of other guys with him, did you?
Hey, brother.
Okay. Okay, all right, appreciate it. Sorry about this, guys. He's got a warrant for his arrest, okay? All right, take care. We good?
Good?
Yeah.
We gotta do better than that, man.
Come on, Brandon.
Who?
Come on, buddy.
Is that you was in the, you picked up that ID?
Yeah.
I don't think he knows his name.
Oh, he's that way. The ID said Brandon, right?
Says it's not him, Steve. I have the wrong guy. My fault. That one's going up. Is it going up?
No, it says Brandon Williams. Yeah, we'll talk to him downstairs. Brandon, I'll talk to you downstairs, okay?
Sitting in your soul right now. I know. Yeah, Darren, I got you.
Let's, Brandon, I'll talk to you in a couple of minutes, okay?
After you, sir.
No, wait. Next, I can go. Okay, let me talk to them real quick. Did they? Damn it.
Now, Detective O'Hare, in state 103 that we viewed, the individual that was placed under arrest, placed in the handcuffs, who was that individual?
Brandon Williams.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
I do.
If so, can you describe where he is seated and how he's dressed for the record?
A young man with the glasses on, light blue shirt, second from the end, directly in front of me.
I'm gonna let the record reflect he has identified defendant Williams.
The record shall so reflect.
And Detective, you mentioned that before you went to this location, you had information that Miss Williams was at that location?
Correct.
Okay. And who provided that information?
I can't remember the individual's name, but I know it was somebody that was involved in the investigation.
And we see you talking to the other individuals who were pulled out of the room. Those individuals were allowed to, I guess, be released. Is that correct? Or
Yeah, they were
weren't
not,
under
they were
arrest?
not at all individuals that we were looking to apprehend. We were solely there for Mr. Williams.
Understood. And those individuals, as we heard it on the video, were Shaquan Crawford and two Isaacs who were related uncle and nephew. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as part of this same case and investigation, was Mr. Demetrice Ross ever apprehended by the fugitive unit?
He was.
Was it the same day or later?
I believe it was roughly 4 days later.
On March 16th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And for that interaction, do you remember what area you headed to that location tied to Mr. Ross?
He was apprehended with the assistance of the U.S. Marshals in Morrow, Georgia, I believe it was.
And would you have worn your body worn camera for that interaction as well?
I would have.
I'm going to approach you with what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 102. You could please take a look. Let me know if you recognize it.
I do.
And how do you recognize that?
That's the body worn camera footage for the apprehension of Mr. Ross.
On March 16th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will tender State's Exhibit 102.
Assume same objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted without objection. You may publish.
What we're viewing right now, Detective O'Hare, are we in your patrol vehicle or your vehicle?
That's correct.
And what type of location is this in Morrow, Georgia?
It is an apartment complex. Activating my body camera. You should have us in view. All right. I'm gonna go around the back. Yeah, there you go. Perfect. Yeah. Top left. Can you see that top left door? That door is open. Here. Go ahead, Ben. I'm with you. Yep. I'm gonna go up with you guys. Yeah. I'm gonna get out of y'all's way. I'm sliding across. Door open.
Police, come to the door, have a warrant. Police with a warrant, come to the door.
Hey, come on out,
Come
boss.
on out. You coming? We got a warrant, come to me.
Come on. Turn around.
Turn around, put your hands on your head, walk backwards. Keep coming. Yep. Keep coming. Keep coming. What's your name, dude? What's your name? Yeah, what's your name? Who else is inside? Nobody? Police!
Yeah, anybody?
Anybody inside? Come out! Hey, Demetrice, you need to go in and make sure nobody else is in here, okay?
No.
No?
Clear it.
Too bad it's not your apartment, Demetrice.
Where's Quincy at? Is Quincy inside? How tall is Quincy? Yeah, whenever you guys are ready.
Quincy might be inside.
Is Quincy a big dude with a beard?
Another city might be inside. Hey, police.
Are you Quincy?
Yeah.
All right,
Hey, we got contact with Quincy out here.
I'll deal with him. No, Quincy, there's no charges on. I'll talk to him. Come here, I gotta talk to you real quick. I'm good. You good? Come down here. Is that your cousin or who is that to you?
No, my brother, he stayed with me. My homeboy.
Who is that?
That's his brother.
Who's
Donald.
Donald stays with you? All right, so he's been staying with you for how long? Couple days?
I want to say maybe. I know I seen him like
Last 2 days? Okay. He's got a warrant for his arrest for murder. Okay. Do you know if he's got any handguns or anything inside?
No, well, not that, I ain't been in Donald's room.
Okay.
Not that I know.
So he's been in Donald's room?
Yeah, that,
Okay. And Donald works, he left for work already?
yeah, he working 2 jobs, so I never be.
Gotcha. All
And I
right.
work on.
You're not in any trouble? Donald's not in any trouble. He's got his own little trouble, so we're gonna deal with him, okay?
Yes, sir.
But we're just clearing your apartment real quick, make sure there's,
My girl in there,
she asleep?
yeah, she was.
All right. Hey, there might be a girl inside. In your room, where's your room?
Or went to the left.
She'll be in that room?
Yeah.
First room to the left. All right. You have not seen him with a handgun or anything?
No. I mean, I seen him in the kitchen, but no hand.
Not with a handgun? With a handgun?
No, not with a handgun. He
Okay.
didn't have nothing.
All right. Cool. Just give us a minute. We'll be right out of your way, okay? All right. Sorry to bother you, but you watch the news?
I don't want to sound bad, but I don't.
I don't either. It's not bad. Who wants to deal with
I
that
know,
bullshit, right?
That what it, I hate seeing it, and I can't do nothing about it.
So you're just like, basically, I'm the same way, dude.
Yeah,
I see so much of it already. Why bother watch more of it? You know what I mean?
so much stupid.
So, all right, cool. Well, I appreciate your demeanor, dude. Just give us a couple minutes. We'll be out of your hair, okay?
Pause at 7 minutes and 47 seconds timestamp. Detective O'Hara, the individual we saw in the hoodie who was placed in the handcuffs and under arrest, who was that?
That was Mr. Ross.
Do you see Mr. Ross in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you please describe where he is seated and what he's wearing for the record?
Young man on the far left with the green shirt, tan pants, with a beard and glasses.
Trying to let the record reflect, he has identified defendant Ross.
The record shall so reflect.
Now, Detective O'Hare, once Mr. Williams and Mr. Ross were in custody and transported to APD headquarters, did that conclude your involvement in the case?
It did.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, I believe.
Good afternoon.
So are you involved in any way in obtaining arrest warrants for individuals?
I am not.
Okay. And so when you get an arrest warrant for an individual, you don't try to call them and say, hey, do you want to turn yourself in, right?
I typically do not, no.
Okay. And although it looks dramatic, we saw the video. For you, that's business as usual, right?
Pretty much for us, yes.
Right. You get the arrest warrant. You don't ask any questions. You go serve that warrant in the way in which we've seen it on the video.
Correct.
All right. And that is typical when you get an arrest warrant where the charge is murder, to do it that way.
Yes, obviously harder to apprehend than others, but yes,
All
it's
right.
typical.
And we saw in the video that Mr. Williams didn't put up any fight when you arrested him.
He did not.
And I assume you searched him before you put him in your vehicle,
I did.
and he didn't have any weapons on him.
He did not.
All right. Did he have anything else that you would consider to be of evidentiary value?
Maybe a cell phone.
Okay. But no weapons, no bloody clothing?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And again, once you take him into custody, you're done with the case. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Just curiosity. I saw in the video there was an officer that threw something in the door. What was that?
That is basically a bag that's used to keep the door open.
Okay.
So they're not continuously having to reopen the door or use their foot to keep it open. It allows us to keep a visual inside of the room that we're looking into.
Okay. And do you know how you all became aware that Mr. Ross was in that location at that house, in the apartment?
I was not able to put my hands on the file, so I can't be certain, but probably maybe his cell phone.
Why do you say his cell phone?
Because it was a location that wasn't tied to him directly. So I'm pretty certain it was probably his cell phone.
Did you all have his cell phone?
Again, I don't recall if we did. I'd have to look at the body camera.
And was anyone else found in that home?
I can't remember if the girlfriend was inside. We didn't go that far, but I don't. Beyond that, his brother came up on the location after we were already at the door.
When you say his brother, who was his brother?
The individual that I was talking to in the video that was not Mr. Ross, who identified himself as his brother.
And just so I'm correct and I'm clear, the person that you saw, it's your understanding that that's his brother? Mr. Ross's brother?
That's, I believe, what he stated in the video. The two of us were talking. He walked up after Mr. Ross was taken into custody.
And not his brother's roommate. I just want to clarify.
I believe it was Mr. Ross's brother.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further of this witness?
No, Your Honor.
May the witness be excused.
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Thank you, Detective O'Hare. You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Please call your next witness.
Your Honor, we would be recontinuing the examination from earlier.
All right, well, I don't want to burn a half hour. How long will it take you to confer?
Not long, Your Honor.
All right, I'll give you 10 minutes. Please step out. Thank you.
All right.
I didn't want to have to.
She's not bad.
All right, do this, please. Tell the jury we've had a witness, mix up and then we'll come back at 2 o'clock. We'll be in adjournment till 2 o'clock.
Come back to. That first part.
We just tell them to come back at 2.
ready as Ms. Rivers.
All right, the jury.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. Please be seated. The witness remains under oath. Please proceed with cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, because we took a break, I just want to just go over what we had already covered. And if I say anything that's incorrect, please let me know that I'm incorrect.
Yes, sir.
I believe I'd asked you a question about how long you knew Brandon. You said 8 years.
Yes, sir.
You also said you'd never seen him with a firearm.
Correct.
And you also said that he was just trying to come down for the weekend.
Yes, sir.
And I think that's where we stopped, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as far as coming down for the weekend, he also told you that his mom was out of town, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And he was waiting for her to get back.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think I also asked you this, but he never asked you to try to take him outside of the state of Georgia.
No, sir.
Okay. And when did you first discover that? Well, when did you first see the video that you testified to on direct?
When he sent it to me.
And do you remember when that was?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you think it was around March 11th?
It could be. I'm not for sure.
All right. And I think you testified on direct that you sent Brandon money for an Uber to your home on the 5th.
Yes, sir.
And he had only been to your house one time.
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you ever have a conversation after you got that video about anything related to what was on the video?
No, sir.
All right. So you never talked about what may or may not have happened.
No, sir.
All right. Now, do you recall having a conversation with a police officer on March 11th on the phone?
I can't remember. Probably, I don't know. Yeah.
All right. Do you recall telling a police officer that Brandon just popped up at your house on the 5th?
No, sir.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to hear that conversation?
Yes, sir.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Certainly.
I'm going to give you the headphone because it's just for you to listen to,
Mhm.
and then you can let me know where. So I'm going to start playing at 4 minutes and 30 seconds, and you can tell me, and I'm going to stop at 5 minutes and 30 seconds, okay? I have to reopen it. Waiting on my laptop. Yeah. Put it back at 4:30. I'm gonna stop it at 5 minutes and 30 seconds. All right, did it help refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so, when you talked to police, you told them that Brandon just popped up at your house, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But in fact, you had sent an Uber for him to come there.
Yes, sir.
All right. Um, Now, I know that you said that you, at some point, talked to Brandon every day, right?
Yes, sir.
Um, and I'd like to show you uh, some messages to see if you can recognize them. If you can flip through both, and then this is front and back, and just tell me, let me know if you recognize them at all. Do you recognize those messages?
I recognize these, but not these.
Okay. Which ones do you not recognize? The one that you do recognize, what do you recognize them as?
That's what you mean?
Are those messages between you and someone else?
Yes, sir.
And who is that other person?
Brandon Williams.
All right. And have you had a chance to read those messages?
These right here?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. And does that change your testimony regarding any relationship you may have had with Mr. Williams?
Cause we never had no relationship.
Okay. Now, I believe these states exhibit 10H through M, was that admitted or just tendered?
We actually, for the record, tendered states exhibits H through M as in Mary by stipulation.
So admitted by stipulation. You may publish.
I would like you to look through 10A version. And tell me if you submitted anything other than those messages to the prosecutor's office.
And you said what now, sir?
Other than those messages, did you give the police or prosecutors any other messages?
No, sir.
Okay, so that's everything that you turned over.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon, Ms. Rivers.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Just for confirmation, you said at some point you talked to the police in person.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember if they had their body cam on?
Yes, ma'am.
They had their body cam on?
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, you provided them with, what did you provide them with?
Can't remember at this time.
Did you give them any recordings between you and Mr. Williams?
I don't remember. I don't know.
So you testified earlier when you were speaking with Mr. Norman, and you mentioned giving the police recordings. Do you recall that?
Recording like on the phone?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and those recordings were conversations that you had with Mr. Brandon William?
Yes, ma'am.
And you would have shared all the recordings with the police?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you had the face-to-face conversation with the police, was that before or after the phone conversation?
It was after.
After. Okay, I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Redirect judge. Now, Miss Rivers,
Yes, ma'am.
when Mr. Williams reached out saying that his mom was out of town and he didn't have anywhere to go, that was around March 5th, came out to McIntyre, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then it was a week later, around March 11th, where he sent the video clip that had him and the other two guys walk.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and at that point, is that when you reached out to the police?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you reached out to the police. Do you remember them asking you to screenshot the messages that he was sending about the video?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that what you did?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
May the witness be excused.
Yes, Judge.
The witness may be excused. Please call the state's next witness.
The state calls Shaquan Crawford. And Your Honor, before we begin that, maybe approach briefly.
You may. The media is instructed not to film the the witness's face, both on YouTube and here, not his face. If the face is involved, it needs to be blurred. Okay? All right, please call the witness.
State calls Shaquan Crawford.
Who's that?
You swear to affirm the testimony about the report of the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so God. Let me see. You state your first and last name with a spelling of both, please, for the record.
Shaquan Crawford.
Spell it for me.
SHAQUANCRAWFRD.
Speak up and lean into the mic so I can hear you. Mr. Crawford, are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just make sure you talk up. You can bend that mic even a little closer to you as well. Now, Mr. Crawford, back in March and February of 2022, were you living in Atlanta?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you know a Brandon Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How do you know Brandon Williams?
I met him when I was locked up.
You may have to speak up. I can't hear. You're gonna have to say it a little louder in that microphone.
I met him when I was locked up.
About how long ago?
By 2021.
Keep that voice up for me. Now, if you could, stand up for me, look around the courtroom, and tell me if you see Brandon Williams in the courtroom today. Is that a yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, could you point him out for me? And if you could please have a seat and describe for me where he's seating, where he's seated, and what he's wearing, for the record.
He's seated next to an attorney. Black jacket, look like a gray tie, blue shirt.
Your Honor, let the record reflect he has identified defendant Williams for the record.
The record shall so reflect.
Now, do you know Mr. Williams to have any nicknames at all?
Yes, ma'am.
What are those?
Kid or the heart. Yeah, Kid the Hardy.
Kid to Hardy.
Mhm.
And do you know a Demetrice Ross?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how do you know Demetrice Ross?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object if we can approach.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Crawford, you said that you did know a Demetrice Ross, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long have you known?
Not long.
Since 2021 or less time?
I met Demetrice through Brandon.
And if you could stand up again for me, let me know if you see Mr. Ross in the courtroom, and so if you could point to where he's seated. Now I'm gonna ask you to do the same thing, have a seat and describe to me where he is seated for the record and what he has on.
He's seated next to his attorney. Green shirt, khakis, glasses, black glasses.
Your Honor, for the record, let it reflect that he has identified defendant Ross.
The record shall so reflect.
And Demetrius Ross, did he go by any nicknames that you know of?
Yes. He went by Meat.
Now, back in March, around March 11th of 2022, did you see a news report concerning 3 persons of interest in a murder on the Beltline?
No.
Did you see anything on the news? No?
I don't watch the news. It got sent to me.
And there was an article that was sent to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And who sent that article to you?
Brandon.
And when you're saying Brandon Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to approach you with what has been marked as State's Exhibit 95. You could please take a look at State's Exhibit 95 and let me know if you recognize it. State's Exhibit 95. Do you recognize anything about State's Exhibit 95?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize it?
I know Brandon and I seen Meat.
Can you repeat that and speak up?
Oh, I see Brandon, I see meat.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender State's Exhibit 95.
No objection.
So admitted. You may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. In just a moment, Mr. Crawford, you will see States 95 come up on that screen in front of you. Now we have a touchscreen feature that I'm going to set up for you. First, using the red color pen. Okay. Now with your finger using that touchscreen, you stated that you saw meat in the photo. Can you circle meat for us? Now using the blue and color pencil. You stated that you saw Brandon. Can you circle Brandon on that photo for us? Thank you, Mr. Crawford. Now, you stated that Brandon sent you a news article about a homicide and persons of interest on the belt line. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And how was that sent to you?
Through text message.
And did you provide a copy of those text messages to the police?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits 97A and 97B. If you could, please take a look at States 97A and B and let me know if you recognize these.
Yes, ma'am.
And Exhibits 97A and States Exhibit 97B, how do you recognize those?
That was a text message between me and Brandon.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender States Exhibits 97A and B.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted. You may publish.
Your Honor. All right, now on the screen in front of you, you will see first States Exhibit 97A. Now, at the beginning of this text message, we have a message sent on Friday, March 4th. Who is sending that first message?
Brandon,
And what does it say? Read it out for me.
call meat.
Is there a phone number there?
Yes, ma'am.
Read that out for me.
404-451-0825.
And was that phone number associated with the meet you knew, Mr. Ross?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, next, we have on a different day, an article it appears to be sent. What is that?
That's the article he had sent me.
And is that the same article where you saw the gentleman walking on the belt line?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
And those gentlemen you identified include Meat and Mr. Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, then we see some messages beginning in green. Where are those coming from?
Those coming from me.
Okay, start reading those out.
I can say the word?
Yes, you can say.
Okay. Damn, whoa, but I got you on MCL. Where you at? Which is WYA. You get my location.
Now, what does that mean? What are you saying in that first one? With damn whoa, but I got you on MCL.
Yeah, I had got a phone call from him,
From who?
Brandon.
And what happened during that phone call?
He called me and told me that he needed to get away. He needed to lay low.
Now, is that before or after he sent that?
That was before he sent everything.
And how long before he sent that article?
It was like maybe 2-3 minutes.
You're on the phone with Brandon. He says, I need to lay low.
Mm-hmm.
Get off the phone. He sends you this article. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you say, but I got you on MCL, where you at? You get my location. What's going on at that point?
Basically, he wanted me to come and get him.
And then somebody says, no, I didn't get it. Send the address. Who's that talking there?
That's Brandon.
And I'm gonna move on to State Exhibit 97B. Is that same conversation continuing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We see a message in the black after we see hold on. Is that you talking, saying hold on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then we see another message. There's a phone number that begins that message. Can you read that phone number out for me?
1-470-920-7356.
And who did that phone number belong to?
Me. I think it can be.
That was your phone number?
I think it was. I've changed numbers, so.
And you got some SIGs. Who is that?
That's me.
And then we see something that believes to look at like it's related to Google, and then a last message. What's that last message?
La Quinta Hotel.
And who sent that?
I did
Why?
because he asked me what the address was, so I sent him the address.
The address to where you were?
Yes, ma'am.
And who were you there with at the location?
My auntie.
Anyone else?
Yes, it was my auntie, my little cousin, my uncle, and her kids.
And how long have y'all been out at the La Quinta at that point?
Roughly about 2 weeks.
Now, did Brandon end up coming to the La Quinta?
Yes, ma'am.
How did he get there?
I brought him there.
Where did you bring him from?
His mom house when she was living on Rainbow Road and Columbia Drive.
Is that in Fulton County?
DeKalb County.
Now, at any point did the police, excuse me, at any point did you speak to the police about Brandon and what you learned about this homicide case?
When he sent me the article.
And I want to back up a little bit. Did the police ask you anytime during your conversations a phone number for meet?
Yes.
Okay. And is it that same phone number that we saw in the messages?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did the police at any point ask you for a phone number for Brandon?
Yes.
And do you recall what that phone number was?
I gave it to him.
Would it refresh your memory to see notes attached to that conversation you had?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, if you could please, Mr. Crawford, if you could read quietly to yourself, starting here, or excuse me, starting here, ending here, and let me know after you've read it if that's refreshed your memory as to what phone number you provided for Brandon.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what phone number did you provide Brandon Williams? Or for Brandon Williams, excuse me.
It's 920.
What's the full phone number?
470-920-7356.
Thank you. Now, were you ever contacted by either Meet or Brandon about what happened during the homicide or murder that occurred on the Beltline that's mentioned in that news article?
Yes,
Who contacted you?
Brandon.
And what did Brandon tell you?
He told me that he didn't want to say it over the phone, but he wanted me to come and get him.
And I know that you already stated that you went to get him. So what did he tell you?
He didn't tell me nothing on the ride. It was quiet. We stopped at the gas station, got some Newports, got back in, and then we proceeded to La Quinta.
What did he tell you at the location?
He told me that he caught 2 bodies that night and that they don't called the guy that on the belt line.
Joan called. What does Joan called mean to you?
That means shoot him in the face.
And did Brandon tell you why he did it?
Yeah, they said that it was all about chopping cars, trying to get the money off of it. So,
I need you to keep your voice up.
they was talking about like chopping. Well, he was talking about chopping cars and trying to get the money off of it, and he needed it. So,
What do you mean by chopping cars? What does that mean?
you rob a person at gunpoint and take their car, take it to a shop. They give you, depending on what the car is, they give you the percentage off the car.
Now, did Brandon tell you during your conversation who was with him at that time?
Yes.
Who?
He said Meat and Taboo was with him.
And the conversation, well, let me ask this. So you said that what Brandon said was this is about stealing a car or chopping a car. Did he say why they had to shoot or don't call anybody?
No, man. It just, I guess he didn't want to give it up.
Did Brandon tell you anything about leaving witnesses?
Yeah.
What did he say?
Can't leave no witness because no face, no case.
Now, while you're having this conversation with Brandon, at any point, do you record portions of it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you provide that to the police?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have a chance to view that video again on my laptop?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was that a true and accurate copy of the video that you sent to the police?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would tender State's Exhibit 98, a copy of that video.
We'd object under the best evidence rule, but
Noted, overruled,
We'll also join in that objection.
noted, overruled, admitted, you may call.
And before I press play on State's Exhibit 98, do you recognize the individual we see here on the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Who is that?
Brandon Williams.
And who's recording this?
I am
Where are you all at this point?
at the La Quinta Inn in the back, on the back side.
And is this on March 11, 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Baby, you look like a boy. Okay. What you mean? Y'all didn't get no. What you mean? Y'all didn't get no money out of this nigga? Ain't get no money, man. That nigga didn't go in his pocket, man. I said, man, God damn, man, that shit made me. I don't even want to think about that shit. What happened? He busted pocket. Don't shot that nigga up. Don't shot him. I caught 2 on him same night. They still ain't found him. Shit. That's crazy. So what the hell goddamn what's called it? The taboo up, man. That nigga finna go to Texas. Where he at? I can dig it, bro. He up? That nigga up, man. That's what I'm saying. Me and me, we grinding. But you got other niggas with you? Shit, yeah.
So in the beginning of states 98, you're, I guess you're kind of asking a question of what happened, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, this conversation between you and Brandon is about what?
About the murder on the Beltline.
And when we hear the words, don't cap that
Mm-hmm.
in A, is that Brandon referring to that same Beltline murder?
Yes, ma'am.
And then we also hear a mention of taboo and meat. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you know Taboo?
Not personally.
When you received that article from Brandon that he texted to your phone, did you see a photograph that contains 3 individuals or the 3 persons of interest that they listed?
You said when I watched the video, or did I see it?
When you watched the video attached to that article. So let me back it up. Let me rephrase that. So we saw your messages between you and Brandon when he sent you an article related to 3 persons of interest on the Beltline case.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you see the photograph that had all 3 in it?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to approach you with what has been marked as States Exhibit 96. If you could, please take a look at States Exhibit 96 and let me know if you recognize it.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize them?
You said, how do I recognize them?
Yeah.
Oh, that's them in the photo.
Who is them?
Brandon, Meat, and Taboo.
All right, this time the state would tender States Exhibit 96.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
So the minute you may publish.
Now I'm looking at State's Exhibit 96. I'm gonna set up that touchscreen feature one more time. And now with your finger using the yellow marker, can you circle Tefu Tapu? And you stated that you did not know him the same way you knew me or even Brandon. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. I never actually met him in person.
No. Did you know a government name for him?
No.
Do you know a Malik Williams who lives in Macon?
No, ma'am.
And I need.
Oh, no, ma'am.
Now, after you received this information from Brandon, you're at the La Quinta, I would say it. At some point you contacted the police. Tell me about that.
Well, after it happened, after he sent me that, I got in contact with my probation officer, and I was like, what? I asked him about the situation. What should I do about it? He told me I need to report it immediately. So while I'm at the La Quinta Hotel, I go to the racetrack next to the hotel.
Gas station?
Yeah, gas station,
Oh.
racetrack gas station. And there was a Hateville officer. He was parked, and as he was parked, I just walked over there and talked to him and told him what was going on.
Understood. What happened from there? Did you?
He said that he was
I'm sorry, did you speak to any other officers
that night.
that night?
It was him and another officer, but I would recall talk to all of them that was there. So, yeah.
Now, at some point, did you meet with Atlanta Police Department detectives?
At what point?
At some point, did
Oh,
you
yes.
meet with
Yes, ma'am.
Atlanta Police Department detectives?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at some point, did you have a conversation with anyone from Atlanta Police Department's fugitive unit?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that contact, did you tell them what Brandon had told you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you provide those messages and screenshots?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you provide that video with the him saying he domed cap someone?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you provide any information on his whereabouts?
Yes, ma'am.
And at any point, or let me ask you this, do you know anything about Brandon's arrest in this case?
Can you elaborate?
Were you present when Brandon was arrested?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was that?
At the La Quinta Hotel on Virginia Avenue.
One second on the screen in front of you. I'm gonna pull up a portion of State's Exhibit 103, which has already been admitted into evidence. All right, you have State's Exhibit 103, the video on the screen in front of you, Mr. Crawford?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm gonna begin playing at timestamp 6 minutes and 25 seconds.
You want to do it? What's your name? Me? No, the guy beside you. Yes.
You can take your hands down, partner.
And I'm gonna pause here at the 6 minutes and 33 seconds timestamps. Do you see yourself? Ms. Crawford?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, if you could. Just use this easy touch screen. Circle where you are. Now, Mr. Crawford. After, well, let me ask this, was Meat or Mr. Ross, however you refer to him, was he present with you all at the La Quinta?
No, ma'am.
Did you know his whereabouts at that point?
No, ma'am.
Did officers after Mr. Williams' arrest show you, a photograph of Mr. Williams asking if, that was him to identify him?
You said, did they ask me?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you able to identify a photograph as indeed being Mr. Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did police in March of 2022 show you a picture of Meat or Demetrice Ross and ask you to identify him?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to identify him?
Yes, ma'am.
Did police in March of 2022 show you a series of photos and ask if you could identify Tabu?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to identify Tabu at that point?
It was somebody that looked like him, but it wasn't.
And do you recall conducting or coming in and looking at a series of 6 photos in March of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State Exhibit 100 hard copy. Could please take a look and let me know if you recognize it. Take a look at, starting with that first page of State Exhibit 100. Let me know if you recognize it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how do you recognize that?
I signed it.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the photo lineup that you viewed in March of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will tender State Exhibit 100.
No, this is.
Objection, Your Honor.
So admitted, you make public.
One time, and it should come up on that screen in front of you. Now, looking at States 100, at the top, we see photo lineup admonition. And scrolling down, can you read the first sentence that we have under photographic lineup identification?
I, Shaquan Crawford, have viewed a group of 6 photographs.
And then we have a portion that says signature at the bottom. That signature?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what is the date and time associated with that signature?
March the 11th, 2022 at 3:02 p.m.
And right under this first sentence that we had under photographic lineup identification, can you read out that line that contains the X?
I was unable to identify any of the photographs as the person involved in the crime now being investigated.
Scrolling through, starting with the first, the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, and the sixth photo in this lineup. Was this the lineup associated with trying to identify Tabu or Tabu?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And again, were you able to identify anybody on March 11th, 2022?
No, ma'am.
Now, later on, excuse me, I understand that was March of 2022. Later on in September of 2022, did you reach out to the police in regards to any threats you had received?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me a little bit about that.
Well, I was driving one day coming through Atlanta, and some people pulled up on my car and went to shooting at me while out, and I just pulled off and drove away.
Did you receive any additional threats?
Yeah. Somehow, um, Tabu had my number and he called and was just threatening.
And did you have Tabu's number? I need a yes or no.
Oh, no, ma'am.
Okay.
I never had a number for him. It just, a number just popped up on my phone.
And what was threatening about what he told you?
He told if I, go to
Object, seriously.
Your response was?
Your Honor, I think that it will be established, by the conclusion of this testimony, why this is a, statement made by someone who is no longer able to testify and would be an exception to the hearsay rule.
All right, overruled. Answer the question, please.
Go ahead and tell me about what he told you, Ms. Crawford.
that if I go to court, then I'm gonna die, that it's gonna continue to happen. I'm gonna continue to get shot at. So what I did was I found me a job that goes out of town and started working out of town.
And was there any mention of, I guess, a amount associated with your life or anything there?
Yes,
Tell me about that.
they had put a bounty on my head, like $15K,
Why'd they do that?
because I turned evidence to the police
About what?
about the murder on the Beltline.
Involving Brandon and me?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you had said earlier that you had seen, excuse me, Tebu in person, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know where Tebu is now?
Yes, ma'am.
Where's that?
He's deceased.
Now, in September of 2022, did you reach out to the police about the threats you had received?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that point in time, did the identification of Tebu come up again?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tell me about what happened at that point.
They asked me to come in the office and go to another lineup.
You just stay in front of that microphone. They asked you to come into the office.
And go through another lineup.
Another 6 photos of individuals?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, to see if you could identify Tebu?
Yes, ma'am.
Now in looking at those 6 photographs, were you able to 100% identify Tebu?
No.
Tell me about what happened when you're looking at the photographs.
Well, for one, he had a whole mask on. Well, everybody that was in the car that was chasing me had a mask on, so it was hard to try to, but when I got that phone call, I already knew who it was.
Close to that microphone, Mr.
Oh.
Crawford, I'm sorry. And
But
what's the last part of what you said?
when he called, that's when I realized what was going on
But when he called, is he on FaceTime or just on an audio call?
on the audio call.
Okay, so you can't see him then either.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Now, as the police in September of 2022 are showing you the photos, do you sign next to the photo associated with one of the 6 people?
Said, do I?
Do you sign next to one of the people?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was your thought process in signing?
That he don't change his features.
So did you at that point say that is 100% Tebu?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Were you sure?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you sure that it was, or you were sure that you were
Oh,
unsure?
I was sure that it wasn't that it wasn't him.
Okay. And do you remember what you told the police when you circled that individual or wrote your name next to it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what was that?
I told him he looked like him.
Now, Mr. Crawford, you told us that, you had a connection to Brandon Williams. You knew me or Mr. Ross through Mr. Williams as well. We see you hanging outside of La Quinta. We see you in the hotel room even when Mr. Brandon Williams is arrested. Why did you come forward then to tell the police about what you knew about that night that you had heard from Brandon?
Because if something happened to me, I would want somebody to say something to my family about it. I got kids, I got a family, so I know I got friends that been in a situation like that, so I know how it feels on a person.
One moment. Thank you so much, Mr. Crawford. I don't have any further questions for you, but the defense counsel might.
We've been going about an hour. Let's take 5 minutes before cross-examination.
All right, would you?
President, please be seated. Court's Exhibit 1 is a question from the jury, and it says, is Taboo alive or dead? Well, Ms. Jones-Connor, you prefaced your reasoning that the hearsay was going to be admissible because the witness was no longer available.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then the witness did testify that he is deceased.
Yes, Your Honor. And in speaking with defense counsel, I believe that's going to be subject to cross-examination as well. So they will hear that information. So,
So the information will come out.
yes, Your Honor, it's already in evidence, but I
Let me have
believe
it,
it'll be. One more matter,
Yes.
Your Honor. I know we have not started cross-examination yet. I had two more questions that I believe will be subject to cross-examination. So
Go ahead and ask those first.
if that's okay, thank you.
Let me have it, Jerry. May have the witness, but
Okay.
Oh, that's right.
Thank you, just one.
All right, after the jury.
the witness may come back to the stand. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. I have your question, which I've listed as Court Exhibit 1. Is Taboo alive or dead? I think that question will be answered for you shortly, okay? Thank you. Please continue with direct examination, then we'll do cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Crawford, in your conversation with Brandon about what happened the night of February 25th, 2022 on the Beltline, did he say anything about a gun?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what did he tell you about the gun?
He said it was Meat's gun.
And that Meat's gun was used to kill the individual on the Beltline or something else?
Yes, ma'am.
No late.
Let me rephrase that. And so when he mentioned Meat's gun, was it in relation to that night on the Beltline and the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did you find out about, you testified earlier that Taboo was deceased, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you find out about that?
Well, when I had got a phone call and said that he was gone,
You remember around when that was?
like 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
Between
Please
2 to
speak
3
up,
weeks.
sir.
Oh, between 2 to 3 weeks.
Ago? So
Mhm.
recently?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Please proceed with cross-examination.
Mr. Crawford,
Yes, sir.
you were aware that there was a reward offered in this case for information, correct?
Not until I seen the video.
After you saw the video, you were aware there were reward though, correct?
I heard about it. Yes, sir.
Okay. So I want to talk to you about when you initially spoke to Mr. Williams and when you initially spoke to police. Do you recall speaking to police officers and telling them that you didn't associate with Taboo because he was too crazy and unstable?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, yes, sir.
Okay, and that's why you knew Demetrice and Brandon as your friends, but you didn't really hang out with Taboo because he was unstable.
Yeah, I didn't know him like that He just never came around.
And when you and Brandon started to discuss what had happened, he told, didn't he?
No,
He never told you that. And you never told that to the police.
no, I don't recall that part.
All right. And in fact, in the recording, which I'm going to play again, which was played earlier, at the beginning of the recording, Brandon Williams said he didn't even go in his pockets. Going in his pockets is slang for robbing someone, correct?
Yes.
And when he was saying that, he was referring to taboo, correct?
No,
And on the video, he says he dome capped him, again referring to taboo.
never said he.
Let me bring it back up.
Go ahead and answer the question. You were
Referring,
saying something.
referring to he. No, he. I don't recall he. I recall we.
And bring back up Exhibit 98, State Exhibit 98. And I am going to play it starting at 0. Turning my audio on or off?
Off and then share audio. So be on the video, but your computer off and then share sound.
On here, right?
You got it.
Did you sharing already?
Yeah, Mark, sure.
Stop.
Did you click the 2 box? The green box? On share for a second. Yeah. Oh, you haven't shared?
Yeah.
Share sound. Should work.
Thanks. All right. Teamwork. All right, so I'm going to play starting from 0, and then I'm going to pause it several times.
Baby, you look like a boy.
Let me start over because it just froze.
Baby, you look like a boy. Okay, what you mean? Y'all didn't get no. What you mean? Y'all didn't get no money out of nigga? Ain't get no money, man. That nigga didn't even go in his pocket, man. I said, man, God, dang, man, that shit make me. I don't even want to think about that shit. What happened? He busted pocket. Don't shot that nigga.
All right, and I'm just going to, because for some reason it got fuzzy.
Don't shot that nigga.
Did you hear? I need to rewind it back further. Sorry, for some reason it got fuzzy.
He busted pocket. Don't shot that nigga.
And did you hear him say that he dome shot?
I heard we. I don't know if it's.
Man, God, dang, man, that shit make me. I don't even want to think about that shit. What happened? He busted pocket. Don't shot that nigga.
All right. So again, the jury will be able to review this, but he said that he, referring to Taboo, dome shot, correct? All right. So after, what date did this conversation happen on? Do you recall?
I can't remember exactly the date. I just remember the day that I went to go get him.
Okay. But this was before you went in and tried to make the identification of Taboo on March 11th.
About the video?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. And just unshare this. And in that same video, there was a reference to catching 2, correct? But there were not two murders that you're aware of, are there?
No.
So that was not related to this incident.
What? What he said that?
Yes.
That was related to it
And how is that?
because the guy on the belt line was the two.
Was two?
Yeah.
How is that two?
Because if he say I caught two bodies in the same night, that means that that one have been added to the roster.
Okay.
Mm.
All right. Additionally, at the beginning of the video, I believe there's a reference to going into pockets that we talked about, right? And said that did not go into the pockets, right? Meaning that there was no robbery, no attempted robbery.
Objection, Your Honor. I would ask that the question be rephrased to not include a legal definition, which would be outside the scope.
Please clean it up.
Okay. Well, I think we've answered that there was no, he didn't go into his pockets, referring to taboo.
I can't say if it was taboo. I can't say it was the guy.
All right.
It just says he.
Right. And you weren't there that night, right?
Oh, I was there that night. I was videoed it.
No, I'm not saying that night. You weren't there on the belt line.
Oh no.
All right. Now you have continued to have conversations with Brandon since this incident occurred, haven't you?
What, since this incident occurred?
Yes.
Up until now?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. And you've also called Brandon's mother at one point, haven't you?
No, I never called Brandy's mother.
If I were to play that conversation for you, would it help refresh your memory?
You talking about Brandon or you talking about Meat's mom?
Brandon's mother.
I don't recall talking to Brandon's mom. I remember talking to Meat mom.
Would hearing the recording refresh your memory?
Yes, sir.
May I approach you?
Sir.
Mr. Morgan.
And while they're doing that, I'll move on. And then once she's had a chance to take a look at it. Now, at some point in September, the police brought you back in to try to identify Taboo. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, you made an identification, didn't you?
No, I said that this guy looks like him. I never said it was him.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
I'm going to show you what is marked Defense Exhibit 1.
There you go.
the marked defense exhibit 1. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
That's your signature on the bottom.
Yes, sir.
All right, and what do you recognize it as?
You said what I recognize it as? My signature?
The form, is that the form where you made an identification?
Yes.
In September?
Yes, sir.
All right, and does it appear to be your signature as it was recorded on that date?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'd move to publish and admit Defense Exhibit 1.
So admitted, you may publish.
Have to reconnect to Zoom because I couldn't have played the thing I was trying to play earlier while I was connected to Zoom. All right. All right. And can you
Oh, there you go.
all right, and below where it says photographic lineup identification, can you read that first line?
I, Shaquan Crawford, have viewed a group of 6 photographs.
All right, and then can you read the line that has a check on it?
I have identified photograph number 3 as being the person who committed the crime now being investigated.
All right, and you signed that on September 14th, 2022.
Yes.
And the person you identified as Taboo is position number 3. And you also signed below that, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and that says that you identified him.
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you ever find out who this person was that you identified?
No.
You never received a call from police where they told you that his name was Malik Williams? I can play that call if you'd like me to refresh your memory as well.
You talking about with Detective Parent?
Right, with any detective. Did any detective tell you that you had identified a gentleman named Malik Williams?
I think a detective said something about it, but
Okay, so you did hear that you had identified Malik Williams?
yes.
Okay. Just trying to get.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I'm
You're not trying to trick you.
I'm trying to jog my memory because it's been 2 years and I've been working, so.
Okay. Were you also aware that Malik Williams spent 4 months in jail as a result of that identification?
No, I didn't know that.
Okay. And it turned out he was not anywhere near the belt line that night. But they told you that too, didn't they?
Mhm.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and they did inform you that the person that you had identified as Taboo was not actually Taboo, correct?
Yes, they told me.
Okay. Now, let me return back so that this can stop echoing to the original question I asked you about contacting Brandon Williams' mother, and if you listened, if hearing the call might help refresh your recollection. It's starting at 0. Make sure the headphones are on. Let me just check and make sure the headphones are on so it doesn't play out loud. All right, so connecting. I'm gonna start at 0. I'm just gonna start playing and you can let me know when you've heard enough to refresh your recollection.
Okay.
Can you hear? Do you recognize the voice on the video?
You may, please speak in the microphone. He's
Say it
asking
again.
you a question about what you just heard.
Oh,
Do you recognize the voice on the video?
yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
And that's you, correct?
Yes.
All right, and that's you talking to Brandon's mother, correct?
Okay, yes.
All right, and now, do you recall now that you had that conversation?
I will recall that conversation.
And in that conversation with Brandon's mother, you told her that you had been at the Beltline and picked Brandon up that night, didn't you?
Did I tell her? No, I told her I was going to go pick up Brandon. I picked Brandon up. I don't recall picking him up from the belt line. I was never down there.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to hear yourself say that on the video?
If I said it on the video, then it's on the video. That means I said it. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So you may have said to Brandon's mother that you picked Brandon up from the Beltline the night of the murder.
Okay.
You also may have said to Brandon's mother that Brandon told you that he didn't have anything to do with this case. And again, you can listen to the whole recording if you need to. Do you need to listen to the whole recording?
Oh, no, sir.
Okay. So you told Brandon's mother that Brandon told you he didn't have anything to do with the case.
Yeah. He told me. And
And
nothing to do with it.
you also told her that Taboo spazzed out, is what Brandon told you.
Yeah, Brandon told me that he spazzed out.
Okay.
So all this that I told her is what he told me. So I'm just relaying the message back to her.
Right. And that's what you did earlier today, right? You're relaying what he told you.
Mhm.
And what he told you was that Taboo had spazzed out.
That was after. Yes, he told
Okay.
me.
Now, in addition to communicating with Brandon's mother, you've also been calling Mr. Ross. You've spoken to Mr. Ross's mother as well.
Yeah, because they have been getting in contact with me from the jail. So,
All right. And in February of 2022, you had some criminal charges pending here in Fulton County, didn't you?
and when?
You had criminal charges pending here in Fulton County, didn't you?
In 20,
Yes.
what part of 22?
May I approach?
You may.
I'll withdraw that question for now. Have you ever heard the name Amir Rosario?
Who?
Amir Rosario.
Amir Rosario?
Yes. You were never aware of, well, did you ever let me back up. Did you at any point figure out what Taboo's real name was,
No,
since it was not Malik Williams?
no. No one told me what his name was.
I'm approaching, I'm gonna show you a photo. Do you have any idea? Do you recognize that photo?
No,
And you've never seen that person before?
no. Never seen this person.
All right, and that is not the person that you claimed was making threats to you in September of 2022?
Well, if you pull up on me in a car with a mask on, I can barely see your face.
Okay, so you just don't know whether that's the person or not?
Hmm. I don't know this person right here on this photo.
Okay. Um, Again, going back to the conversation with Mr. Williams' mother,
Maybe approach Bree.
Yes.
are we breaking or not breaking? My understanding was we were breaking so they could.
For how long?
25 minutes.
Think.
I'm just gonna overrule the objection. Let's continue. Objection noted, overruled, continue.
Well, if you give us 5 minutes,
I
we can
don't
do it
think
in
we
five.
need 25 minutes.
So
All right.
we can point us to the relevant portion of that, but still.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna stop at 5 today. Please step out for 5 minutes. All right, let me have the jury, please.
Yeah, wait a minute, hold on.
They may have to notify the team. Okay.
Oh, yeah, he's just a whisperer.
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience and your service. We're gonna probably need to go to 5:15 tonight, okay? Then we'll come back Monday morning at 10 o'clock.
Sir.
Please continue.
Just a couple more questions here, and then I'll move on to a different topic. But again, you told Brandon Williams' mother that you picked him up from the Beltline, but you weren't actually at the Beltline, were you?
No.
You also told Brandon's mother that your cousin turned him in, that you didn't have anything to do with it, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, yes, sir.
All right. And you told her that if you were to come and testify, that you know they'd get out because they didn't do it. You said that as well, correct?
Yes.
All right. So at some point you were lying, right? Either today or when you were talking to her.
When I was talking to her, trying to give her son a little, so that I won't be too much, you know. At the end of the day, I had a bounty on my head, so I'm gonna say what I could to get this off so that I can come back to where I'm from.
Well, then let's talk about that. How did you find out that Taboo was dead?
Through his mom. It was just a verification of what was going on. And then Brandon had hit me from he texted me from Instagram.
So when you say his mom, you're saying Brandon's mom?
Yes.
And you found that out when? During this conversation?
No, yeah, during that conversation.
Okay. Now, do you recall talking to police officers in September and telling them that you had gang photos of Taboo? You had photos where Taboo had taken gang photos?
Yes.
All right. But you never showed any photos to the prosecutor, did you?
Your Honor, can we approach on this?
Please do. Please put that on the record.
I will withdraw the last question. Now, your testimony earlier was that you believe that they were trying to carjack people on the Beltline?
Yes, sir. That's what Brandon told me.
All right, and so they were trying to take cars from people on a walking path.
Well, at the end of the walking path is a parking lot, and that's where everybody go park their cars at.
All right, and are you aware of where the shooting occurred?
Am I aware where it occurred at?
Yes.
No, I'm not.
Okay. Um, I think you also, do you remember telling or on direct saying that there was a chop shop somewhere here in Atlanta?
Yes, sir.
And where is that? Or did you ever provide any information?
I never
about
provided information.
that? Okay. And as far as the any messages, text messages, recordings containing threats against you, did you ever provide anything like that to the police or the prosecutor's office?
I came up here before and I talked to them, and they said that I had to go back and talk to the detective. So I talked to Detective Parent and I talked to I think it was the investigator at the time, and they told me to do what I got to do to be able to keep myself safe. You know what I'm saying? So I told them I'm just going to be moving around. So that's what I was doing, moving around.
All right, so you just talked to them, but you didn't provide any recordings or any text messages with my question.
I reported a video. Well, yeah, it was like a phone call that I recorded with my phone.
And who did you give that to?
I think it was officer. I think it was either the detective parent or the investigator. If I'm not by mistaken, I think I told the prosecutor. If I'm not mistaken.
And you would have provided that to them or told them?
I provided a video of them saying that I had a bounty on my head.
All right. Now, returning to the video that was recorded, that was played earlier at the hotel when you were outside, how many people were outside when that video was being recorded?
It was me, Brandon, my uncle, Leroy Isaac, and that was it.
All right. And towards the end of the video, and I can play it again if necessary, but there's a discussion about where Taboo is, isn't there?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall what was said regarding that?
He said he in the wind.
All right. And
the wind means that he's out floating. Floating means that he's ducking law.
All right. And when you had that discussion, since then, you've actually never, it's your testimony, you've never actually seen Taboo.
No,
All right.
I haven't.
And that you can't identify him.
I can't identify him.
All right. And you can't identify anyone who made any threats against you.
You said I can't identify anybody that made threats to me?
Right. You can't identify, you said Taboo was making threats to you.
Yeah.
But you can't identify him.
I can't identify with Taboo. I never met him.
All right.
Spoke with him, but I never met him.
All right. And how were you sure that that was him you were speaking to, if you've never met him?
Because he told me who it was. When you pick up the phone and you like, "Oh, who is this?" He said, "Oh, it's Taboo." The N word, and was like, "You know who this is?" So,
was there a call from a specific phone number?
Yeah, from a text now number.
All right.
I tried to call it back, and it went, and it said that you something about a text now number. So I was like, okay. So he called me off of a Wi-Fi number.
Okay. And do you remember, last question regarding this issue, do you remember telling Ms. Williams that You knew where Taboo was hiding,
Yes.
but that was also not true, right? Because you're telling me you don't know who he is.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, I know people that lives on Glenwood, and people have his name been ringing over there, and I have had a conversation with somebody that lives over there, and he told me what he was.
Who was that person?
A person that I used to go to school with.
All right, and does that person have a name?
Yes, sir. His name is G5.
When did you have the conversation with G5 about Taboo?
Just a while ago,
Was it
a year ago,
2024?
like 2024, 2020, like the end of it. I just had a phone call and they was like, hey, I know where he at. And I was like, what? Who were you talking about? So somehow my name got in the streets. And people that knew me in the streets was like, hey, somebody throwing dirt on your name.
All right, and G5 you went to school with,
Yeah.
but you don't know his real name.
His name is Demarcus Anthony.
Okay, and he told you that Taboo was alive in 2024.
Yeah, he told me that he was alive in 2024. Not knowing I don't know if he was alive in 2024. I didn't care. I just called him to see what was going on with him. And he just was like, hey, your name ringing bells. And I'm like, what? I ain't did nothing.
Okay. Now, after the arrest at the hotel, did you ever talk to Mr. Williams about the case again?
Up until now? Or at the time that he was getting arrested?
I'm saying after he was arrested, did you ever have any more conversations with him about the actual case?
On Instagram.
Okay. And in those conversations, you also said that you were aware that he hadn't done anything, correct?
What, in those conversations?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Now, you went to the police after you saw the news regarding this incident?
Yes, ma'am.
That article, it was a $35,000 reward.
At the time, I didn't know nothing about the reward.
But there was a $35,000 reward.
Yes, there was one.
Okay. And in that video, well, did you look at the news article?
Yes,
Okay,
the
so-
one that he sent me, I most definitely did.
Okay, so you looked
And
at the
then
news
I
article.
showed it to my,
Full question, full answer, did you please?
So you looked at the news article.
yes, ma'am.
Okay. How soon after looking at the news article did you go to the police?
First, I had to call my probation officer. And that was the next day. So my probation officer in Gwinnett County name was Officer Josie. At that moment, at that point, I had an ankle monitor on. So he was like, you don't need no more trouble. You need to go ahead and report whatever you got. And I told him,
Okay.
okay. So that's when I called, well, I went over there to the police and then I told him what I had.
And why were you on probation?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Your Honor, he brought out that he was on probation and that he had to go to his probation officer.
I'm gonna allow it. Overruled.
So, Your Honor, if the contents of that probation are from a certain time period, statutorily, it would no longer be relevant.
What is that time period?
If it's,
What is the irrelevant time period?
if it's over 10 years.
When were you put on probation?
2000, well, the crime happened 2008 and I got put on probation 2010.
So you're saying it's irrelevant?
The nature of it, yes, Your Honor.
I agree. Sustained. Move on, please.
Now, you were sent a text message from Brandon Williams, that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and the first message, it was sent on March the 4th, 2022. Would it refresh your recollection to look at your text messages?
You said the first message
Mhm.
of the crime, or are you talking about like first message
Of your
that we had?
entire conversation with Mr. Williams?
We had been texting back and forth for days. We was talking about going to the studio and creating a rap group. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Did you provide all of those messages to the police?
Yes, ma'am.
So you provided all of the days that you spoke with Mr. Williams to the
Not
police?
all the days. Because most of them was phone calls. Or he'll contact me on Messenger.
Did you provide the records of your phone calls to the police?
I think I did.
Now, in one of the messages that Mr. Williams sent you, it said, call me. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you actually call him?
Did I call me?
Mm-hmm.
I think
Okay.
that he told me to call.
And that would be in your phone records?
It should be in my phone records, yes, ma'am.
Did the police ever do an extraction of your phone?
Like, as in take my phone?
Yes, take your phone and pull all of the records out of your phone.
No.
They only had what you provided to them?
They only had what I provided to them.
Yes.
Yeah. Because the other text messages that they looked through wasn't really talking about the incident, the crime. It was just mostly just having a conversation about what we were going to do and how we was going to make more money.
Now, at some point, you spoke with Mr. Ross's mom?
Demetrice, yes.
Yes, Demetrice Ross's mom.
Yes.
And during that conversation with his mom, you told her that he had nothing to do with this?
Who, you talking about me?
Yeah.
I did.
And that was because he didn't have anything to do with it?
He didn't have nothing to do with it.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So as you sit here today, you're saying that Demetrice Ross had nothing to do with this incident?
Well, Demetrius called and told me that they was going somewhere and that he didn't feel like going nowhere. So, yeah.
But as far as you know, he had nothing to do with it.
Oh, no, ma'am.
Now, you did two different lineups, one on March 11th of 22 and one in September of 22. Were those the same people in both of those lineups?
I think one stood out. One stood out.
Okay, so let me clarify my question. So you did a lineup to identify Mr. Taboo at the time.
Okay.
You did a lineup on March 11th of 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
You weren't able to identify anybody.
No.
You did another lineup on September 22.
Yes, ma'am.
At that time, you were able to identify somebody.
Yes, ma'am.
Those lineups had the same people.
Well, when I was getting shot at,
No, the photo lineups
I know.
that you looked
but
at.
This was before. I was getting shot at before I went and talked to him again.
But the person you identified ultimately wasn't the right person.
Mm-mm.
And when you're saying that you were receiving threats, you never received any threats from Mr. Ross, did you?
No, I didn't.
And I just want to clarify, when did you say Taboo pulled up and shot at you?
You talking about the exact date?
Yes.
I can't give you the exact date.
Time frame.
July
Of what year?
2022, like July. It was like a multiple occasion, but the last one was like July, like the end of July.
End of July,
Mm.
2022. And you called the police in September of 2022.
Yes. Because at one point, my mom told me it sounds crazy, but she told me to figure it out. So I was like,
So somebody shot at you
yes.
and you waited 2 months to call the police.
No, he contacted. He contacted me. So at that time, I was already out of Georgia, so I wasn't even worried about this case. I was working. So, and the work that I do, I don't get a chance to really talk like that. So I was trying to get away from the city, away from what I don't provide it to the investigators. So
But you did call the police.
I most definitely did.
And when you talked to the police, you said that Taboo was threatening you.
Yes.
One moment. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Mr. Crawford, I just want to backtrack through a couple of things. It sounds like you've had a whole host of people contact you, so I just want to go through that.
Yes, ma'am.
So you stated that Brandon and Meat had both contacted you after they were arrested. Is that right?
While I was in jail? Yes.
Okay. And then you had Brandon's mother contact you as well. Is that right?
Yes. Objection to mischaracterization of the evidence.
I wasn't asking about your specific call? I just was asking. So you said yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then you had Meet's mom contact you at some point?
Yes.
You had Taboo contact you at some point?
Did they tell him to contact me or?
No, did Taboo? No.
Oh, yes. Yes.
At some point, then you were
Yes.
shot at
Yes, ma'am.
multiple times?
Multiple times.
Okay, and when was
I was
that?
even in the car with my sister, and my sister, she can back the story up because she was scared.
And were you scared? I'm sorry, I didn't ask that.
When you got bullets flying at you, the only thing you know how to do is either flight. And that's what I did. Even if I had to run and until the police got behind me, that's what I did. And I got pulled over and I told the officer what happened.
So you told the officer what happened then, you told the officer what happened in September as well, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, what was that, the call that you heard earlier with Brandon's mom, when was that?
Like a couple of weeks ago.
Okay, so it was recently,
Mm-hmm.
okay. And again, you told her things that we know didn't happen, is that right?
Right.
Okay.
Just so that I can at least have a level head and tell my mom that I'm gonna be okay. You know what I'm saying? Because yeah, my mom, she works for the police department. Well, she used to, her and my brother. And they used to work in the same building. So she just told me she seen it happen and she was scared from it. So she was just like, listen, I don't know what you gotta do, but you gotta do something. And so I told Meet's mom and Demetrice, Brandon's mom, what I had to tell them. So because I know that they was in contact with their son and it's gonna get back to them one way or another. So if you feel like something is not, maybe I can have a level head. Maybe it ain't gonna happen, you know. So
Understood.
yes.
At that point, you knew you had to come here and testify,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you had a conversation with Meet or Demetrice Ross about that night, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and Meet told you they were going out somewhere?
Mm-hmm.
Yes or no?
Yes.
So he told you he was with Brandon Williams and Taboo?
Yes.
Okay, and so they were together that night, and then Brandon told you that he used Meet's gun?
Yes.
Okay.
Because Meat didn't have a record.
And that video that we saw was recorded at the La Quinta, was recorded by you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and who did we hear talking
Brandon.
there? Okay, and Brandon is the one who said he don't catch
Yes.
somebody,
Yes, ma'am.
and that was in reference to,
The guy, I don't know his name, but the guy from the Beltline, his specific word was he capped him. Like that's what happened.
no further questions, thank you.
Anything further, this witness? This witness may be excused.
Yes.
All right, let's stand in recess till 10 a.m. tomorrow. And I'm not tomorrow, Monday. Yes.
We have that one witness where we discussed, I do not believe it will be a long witness.
All right, that's fine. We'll take that one then. All right, you may be excused. Y'all may be here tomorrow, 10 a.m. I'm not. Okay.
Are you appreciate that?
I just found out today my son got at University of Georgia at about 4 o'clock. So it's exciting. At a North Atlanta high school, he was waitlisted. He didn't want to go to the Harvard of the South, Auburn.
What happened? Poor guy.
He never applied.
Smart kid.
Conscientious.
Who is this witness, Kelsey?
The medical examiner. But we have culled down the photos by agreement. We believe it'll be
I understand. Please come forward, doctor.
Dr. Sim Stanley.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your patience.
You swear upon the testimony you will give the court today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you.
I do.
Are you may free, will you state the first and last time you come for the record, please?
Melissa Sims Stanley, MELISSASIMS-STANLEY.
Say good afternoon, Dr. Sim Stanley.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell the jurors how you're currently employed?
Currently, I am retired.
And when did you retire?
I retired in July of 2024 from the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office.
And can you tell the jurors how long were you employed with the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office?
I began as a locum tenens or contract medical examiner with Fulton County in March of 2020. I was hired full-time in July of 2022, retired in July of 2024. Prior to that, I was a central regional medical examiner for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation from July of 2000 to December of 2019.
Can you tell the jurors briefly a little bit about what goes on or what the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office does?
A medical examiner's office investigates unnatural or unexpected deaths, unnatural being suicides, homicides, accidents. However, every medical examiner's office has its fair share of natural deaths or drug or alcohol-related deaths. It's just that they may be in the unexpected category.
And can you tell the jurors what is forensic pathology?
Pathology is the study of disease or trauma. Forensic is how it relates to the law. So a forensic pathologist or medical examiner conducts autopsies to determine cause and manner of death, why and how a person died.
Can you tell the jurors a little bit about your educational background and your training in forensic pathology that you just described?
I obtained a Bachelor of Science from Emory University. I obtained my medical degree from the Medical College of Georgia. I did a one-year internship in internal medicine, also at the Medical College of Georgia. I then completed an anatomic and clinical pathology residency, followed by a one-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the Medical University of South Carolina.
And after finishing all your schooling and your internship, can you tell the jurors through the number of years that you worked with the GBI, Medical Examiner's Office here in Fulton County, approximately how many autopsies you performed as a part of your regular duties as a medical examiner?
Over the course of my career, over 6,000.
Your Honor, this time the state would tender Dr. Melissa Sims Stanley as an expert in forensic pathology.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
So declared.
And doctor, can you tell the jurors when you do an autopsy, do you record your findings or conclusions in a report for every autopsy that you perform?
Yes, sir.
And during the autopsy, is there also an investigator or somebody with whichever office you are working with taking photographs, documenting the procedures that you're performing on the individual you're doing the autopsy?
There is an investigator, yes, who goes to the scene and collects the information and writes a narrative. And then there are forensic pathology assistants in the autopsy room, as well as a photographer, yes.
Okay. And is that, is the photographer present, or has the photographer been present at every autopsy you performed, or at least at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office, documenting photographically the procedures that you're performing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And on February 28th of 2022, did you perform an autopsy on Mr. Thomas Arnold?
I did.
And at the conclusion of the autopsy that you performed on Mr. Arnold, did you record your findings and conclusions ultimately in a report?
I did.
Okay, and I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 105. We'll just take a look at State's Exhibit 105.
Yes, sir. This is a copy of my report.
Okay, and it states exhibit 105, a fair and accurate copy of the report that you authored as it relates to the autopsy you performed on Mr. Arnold on February 28th, 2022.
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender with the mark states exhibit 105 into evidence.
No objection.
No objection.
So admitted, you may publish.
Thank you, Judge. Doctor, I also placed before you states exhibits 106 through 121. Prior to your testimony earlier, did you have an opportunity to go through those photographs with me as it related to your testimony?
Yes, sir.
And those photographs, the state exhibits 106 through 121, photographs of the autopsy procedures that were performed on Mr. Arnold on the February 28th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
And do they accurately reflect your work and the autopsy procedures that were done on Mr. Arnold?
They do.
Your Honor, at this time, the state of tender was marked state exhibit 106 through 121 into evidence.
No objection.
So admitted, you may publish.
Now, I want to start, Dr. Stanley, can you explain to the jurors briefly, as you, I guess, begin or start an autopsy, kind of the first procedures and things that you do as it relates to the individual that you're performing the autopsy on?
Yes. Prior to every autopsy, a medical examiner will read and review the investigative narrative that has been written. Then the external examination is performed. In certain cases, such as this one, x-rays are taken prior to the autopsy. That is because in cases of gunshot wound deaths, if there is a portion of the projectile that's still in the body, it needs to be located and recovered. Then I do my external examination, noting everything from hair color, eye color, scars, tattoos, to trauma, if trauma is present. Then the internal examination is performed. And photographs are taken along the way for an extra step of documentation.
And it states that 106 in the screen before you. Can you explain to the jurors what we're looking at here?
Yes, this is a photograph of the identification seal and identification tag that is attached to the body bag in which every body is received. When Mr. Arnold was received by the office, he was identified as a UID or unidentified, but he was identified later that day on the 26th by photograph comparison.
Okay. And it states exhibits 107 and 109, and the exhibits following 107. Can you tell the jurors what are the purpose of taking photographs that we're looking at here and states exhibits 107 and now states exhibit 109?
Photographs are taken of the body as the body is received.
Okay. And the number that you see on the placard, the 22-0526, can you tell the jurors the significance of that number and how it's assigned?
Every case has a unique identifying case number. The 22 is obviously for the year, and then 526. And so any evidence that is associated with this case will all bear that same number.
You described earlier as you begin the procedures that you document or your team documents clothing items as well as items of jewelry, watches, things of that nature.
That's correct.
Is that what we're looking at? It states that it's 110 and 111.
Yes.
Now, I want to move to State's Exhibit 114. And can you tell the jurors at this point of the autopsy that you're performing on Mr. Arnold, what is the purpose or the reason for this photograph?
This is a photograph, this is a facial identification photograph, but it also shows the entrance gunshot wound.
Okay. And let's talk about the gunshot wound. Can you tell the jurors how many gunshot wounds did Mr. Arnold suffer?
One.
And you mentioned in State's Exhibit 114 that the wound that we see in the middle of State's Exhibit 114 to the right of his nose, that it's an wound?
It is.
How are you able to make that determination?
Entrance wounds classically have a more round, regular appearance. Entrance gunshot wounds also typically have what's called an abrasion border. This means that as the bullet enters the skin, it abrades or scrapes off a border or rim of skin. There is a somewhat broad and irregular border for this entrance gunshot wound because of the location immediately adjacent to the nasal ala or nostril.
Is that what we're looking at, or is that we can see in State Exhibit 115?
Yes, sir.
Now, can you explain to the jurors, as you continue to perform the autopsy procedure, the direction of travel or the trajectory of the bullet as it traveled through Mr. Arnold's face?
Yes, the bullet, once it entered his body, it went backward from his front to his back. It went downward, so not towards his head, but towards his feet and to his left.
And when you say to his left, where did it exit?
A portion of the bullet did fragment, a fragment of the bullet did exit the lower back of the scalp soft tissue, and the remainder of the fragmented bullet was underneath in the scalp soft tissue.
Is that what we're looking at in State Exhibit 117?
Yes, this is an exit gunshot wound. It has the typical appearance of an exit gunshot wound. There typically is no abrasion border. It just simply looks like a tear or intersecting tears in the.
And you described for the jurors the trajectory in which the bullet traveled. As it traveled through that trajectory, can you tell the jurors the areas of the brain that bullet traveled through as or after Mr. Arnold was shot?
Yes, the bullet entered to the side of the right nostril. The bullet went through the mid-facial skull, known as the maxilla. The bullet then fractured the base of the neurocranium or portion of the skull, which encloses the brain. The brain stem was essentially transected or cut in half. The bullet then lacerated the left portion of the cerebellum, which is at the base and the back of the cerebrum. And then the bullet fragmented the base of the skull, the occipital skull. Some bullet fragments were retained in that scalp soft tissue, and at least one fragment exited.
Can you tell the jurors when the brainstem is severed or lacerated, the effects on a person's body that has?
Well, the brainstem is obviously the neural connection between the brain and the rest of the body. Stem also contains the respiration center, so the brainstem controls our breathing.
And in State Exhibits 118 and 119, these show very similar depictions of it looks like a rod that is placed into the entry wound of Mr. Arnold that you described here earlier. Is that correct?
Yes, I had placed a trajectory rod in the entrance gunshot wound. The pathway of the bullet was downward. I know that the trajectory of the rod in this photograph appears to be upward, but it was actually a downward trajectory.
And you talked about the fact, the effects, what the brainstem controls and the effects of it being severed have. Can you tell the jurors, based on your training and knowledge as it relates to the brain and the medical field in general, did Mr. Arnold die soon after he was shot?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about an exit wound that you described on the back lower half of Mr. Arnold's head. Can you tell the jurors, though there was an exit wound, were there any projectiles that were recovered during the autopsy procedure that you performed?
Yes, the projectile was fragmented during its course, and 3 projectile fragments were still within the scalp soft tissue and were recovered.
When you say fragmented, what do you mean by that?
The bullet is no longer a single intact bullet. Bullets, when they strike bone, may fragment into multiple pieces. And so this projectile was fragmented.
And is that what we're looking at, or it's what's depicted in State Exhibit 121?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and upon, I guess, you're finding the fragments and recovering them, can you tell the viewers what do you do next with those fragments?
The fragments for my report are, I describe them and measure them. The fragments are then placed into a labeled container and photographed, and then the container is sealed and sent to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
And I just want to back up and go to State's Exhibit 120. And in State Exhibit 120, can you describe for the jurors we're looking at, and if this was an injury that you documented in your report, State Exhibit 105?
Yes, this is an approximately 4 by 2 inch aggregate of abraded contusions, and what that means is bruises with scrapes. And this injury is consistent with what is called a terminal fall. So someone who has suffered some type of event, whether natural or traumatic, then falls without trying to mitigate or break the fall. So Mr. Arnold fell. He was not trying to protect his face. So these bony prominences that we see of the forehead, the temple, and around the bony orbit were bruised and scraped.
They mitigate the fall or terminal fall. Do you mean that he's not able to put his hands up or do anything of that nature to try to prevent his face from hitting the ground?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And can you tell the jurors, as a part of every autopsy that you perform, do you determine what, in your opinion, would be the cause of death, the manner of death?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors briefly what is the cause of death?
Gunshot wound to the face.
Okay, and as it relates to the manner of death that you were able to determine after performing your autopsy, what was that?
For the purposes of a medical examiner, if the actions of another individual cause or contribute to the death, then the manner is classified as a homicide.
Okay, and here, did you classify it as a homicide?
I did.
And can you tell the jurors very briefly, and this will be my final series of questions, what is soot and stippling?
Soot and gunpowder stippling are markers of range of fire. Soot represents the combustion of gunpowder and is seen in contact or near contact gunshot wounds. Gunpowder stippling represents the burning and unburned grains of gunpowder, which can impact the skin around an entrance gunshot wound, and that is consistent with a close range, sometimes called an intermediate range gunshot wound. Mr. Arnold had neither soot nor gunpowder stippling, so the range of fire is called indeterminate. In other words, a range of fire could not be determined. Some medical examiners will use the word distant. So he did not have soot or gunpowder stippling, so it was an indeterminate range gunshot wound.
And would you agree that that would mean there is a certain number of feet between Mr. Arnold and the person who pulled the trigger and caused his death?
Yes, I always say that firearms analysis has to be done on each individual firearm, but in very general terms, one can say that beyond a distance of 2.5, 3 feet, one would not expect to see the presence of gunpowder stippling.
Lastly, Dr. Stanley, can you tell me, do you recognize State's Exhibit 122?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and how do you recognize State's Exhibit 122?
Based on the identification tag.
Okay, and what is State's Exhibit 122?
The fragmented projectile, which was recovered at autopsy.
Now, is this the actual fragmented projectiles that you described and that we saw in the photograph, State's Exhibit 121?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time the statement tender was been marked with State's Exhibit 122 in evidence.
No objection.
No objection.
So admitted.
Thank you for your time. I don't have any further questions.
Hello, doctor.
Hello.
So your report, which has previously been marked, lists 1 inches. Is that under features of identification?
Yes, sir.
And I believe that's 5'11".
Yes, sir.
And the trajectory of the bullet was at a downward angle.
Yes, sir.
So you would expect, would you expect that that means that the person who fired the shot was above or was aiming down towards Mr. Arnold to make the shot?
No, sir, I couldn't say that. The trajectory of the bullet is simply the trajectory or direction of the bullet once it enters the body. The reason that I could not answer that question is because there are variables which I could not account for, the position, the movement of the victim, the shooter. So it can only be the trajectory once the bullet enters the body.
Okay. Now, the bruise you noted also is from you believe was from an unprotected fall from a standing position?
Are you referring to the bruise on the torso or the injuries to the face?
Injury
Yes.
to the face.
Yes.
Unprotected fall from a standing position.
Yes.
And you also mentioned that stippling is dependent on the type of weapon that's used.
No, sir, it's a marker of a range of fire. So gunpowder stippling is seen in close range gunshot wounds.
Okay, but does it matter? It doesn't matter what type of weapon is used. It's still the same 2 to 2.5 foot distance. There'd be no stippling beyond that.
That's a generalization. Analysis would have to be done on each individual firearm, but yes, that is a generalization.
Okay, and that was my point, is that specific firearms may create stippling closer or further away than
Correct.
others.
Yes, sir.
And in this case, you didn't have a weapon to know which type of weapon was used.
That's correct.
And your report doesn't indicate who shot Mr. Arnold.
That's correct.
Do you know, other than a generalized date of when this occurred, do you know a specific time in which he was shot?
No, sir.
And your report also doesn't have any information about why he was shot, right? Just the facts of the trajectory and the condition of the body.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
All right, you're excused, doctor. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're excused. We'll see you on Monday morning at 10 o'clock. We start at 10 so that everybody can get everything done they need to get done, and we're not waiting on somebody, okay? So that's why we do that. I think that makes things simpler to give you a little more time, okay? All right, thank you. Have a good weekend. Yeah, no research. All right. All right. Y'all have a good weekend.
Oh, I mean,